예정입니다. 그래서 오늘은 간략한 그 소개 보셨으면 아시겠지만 발명된 아시아라는 제목으로 해서 콜로키움과 함께 콘서트가 7시까지 저녁 7시까지 있을 예정입니다. 그리고 오늘 지금 행사들은요, 플라스틱 스테이션 닷넷이라는 방송을 통해서 실시간으로 방송이 될 예정입니다. 그래서 지금 여기 계시면서도 인터넷 방송 잘 되는지 확인해 보셔도 되고요. 네, 그러면 오늘 조금 늦게 시작하게 된 점 양해 부탁드리고요. 발명된 아시아 콜로키움 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 이 행사를 이제 체어를 맡으신 이태광 경희대 교수님 모시고 이 행사의 기본적인 취지나 방향 이야기 들으면서 오늘 행사 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
반갑습니다. 앉아서 할까요? 서서 하죠. 소개받은 이태광이고요. 이 그 프로젝트에 함께 하기로 했던 분들이 지금 약간 토요일을 감안하지 못해가지고 약간 교통 혼잡이 지금 걸려가지고 제대로 지금 도착을 못하고 있습니다. 곧 오실 것 같고요. 일단 이 세션은 영어로 진행이 될 겁니다. 그래서 혹시 그 동시통역기를 가지지 않으신 분들은 또 뭐 이렇게 영어에 조금 그게 있으신 분들은 동시통역기를 이용하시면 될 것 같고요. 일단 이 그 주제를 가지고 발표하실 분은 5분이 됩니다. 그리고 이 주제를 가지고서 하게 될 내용들은 발명된 아시아라는 주제고요. 발명된 아시아의 가장 중요한 핵심적인 생각들은 아시아라는 것이 사실은 이제 발명이 됐다는 거죠. 물론 이제 뭐 모든 것이 다 발명이 되기 때문에 특별히 아시아만 발명된 게 있나 싶겠지만 사실 아시아 같은 경우는 우리가 아주 손쉽게 또 쉽게 지금 이 아시아 자체를 정체성화해 가지고 아시아라 부르고 있습니다. 아시아를 아시아라 부르고 있는데 이 아시아를 아시아로 부르게 된 그것은 생각보다 그렇게 오래되지 않았어요. 그것이 이제 이 발명된 아시아라는 주제 세션이 가지고 있는 문제의식입니다. 아시아라는 것은 어떻게 보면 타자의 눈에 의해서 만들어진, 정확하게 말하면 다케우치 요시미라는 그 일본의 지식인이 있죠. 그 지식인이 아시아를 정의하면서 했던 유명한 말이 바로 유럽의 시각으로 재정립된 그것이 아시아라고 이야기했죠. 유럽의 시각으로 아시아가 만들어졌다는 겁니다. 그러니까 아시아라는 의식 속에는 유럽의 의식이 있다는 거죠. 유럽 사람의 관점으로서 본 것이 바로 아시아라는 것이고요. 그럼 아시아 이전에 뭐가 있었냐 우리에게 그런 질문을 이제 우리가 한번 던져봐야 되는 때인 거죠. 다시 말하면 아시아라는 것을 의심했을 때는 아시아라는 것이 발명된 것이라고 했을 때는 그 아시아가 발명되기 이전에 무엇이 있었는가를 생각해 보면 아시아가 발명되었다는 사실을 명쾌하게 알 수 있을 것이라는 생각이 듭니다. 그런 어떤 주제의식들을 설명하기 위해서 또는 그것을 논의하기 위해서 이 세션이 마련됐고요. 그래서 5분의 발표자들이 각자 다양한 어떤 관점으로 아시아에 대한 여러 가지 이야기를 저는 할 거라고 생각합니다. 그래서 가장 중요한 것은 기본적으로 아시아의 발명이라고 해가지고 아시아가 그럼 실체가 없는 것인가? 보통 일반적으로는 그렇게 생각하실 수 있어요. 아시아라는 것이 발명이 됐기 때문에 사실은 아시아라는 것이 실체가 없는 것은 아니냐, 허상이지 않느냐 이런 이야기를 하려고 하는 것이 아닙니다. 아시아가 발명이 되었기 때문에 또는 아시아가 발명되는 그 과정 속에 있는 그런 일반적인 그 허상 또는 그 인공성 자체가 아시아라는 거죠. 그게 이제 기본적인 생각이고요. 그래서 아시아를 부정하는 것이 아니라 아시아를 다시 한번 생각해 볼 수 있는 그런 방식이라고 봅니다. 그래서 다케우치 요시미가 말했던 가장 중요한 명제가 바로 아시아는 방법이라는 거죠. 아시아를 사유함으로써 아시아적이지 않은 것과 아시아적인 것을 구분할 수 있고 그 아시아적이지 않은 것을 생각하는 방법으로서 아시아가 동원되는 거죠. 약간 좀 어려울 수가 있지만 사실은 아시아는 어떤 하나 영토적인 어떤 실체로서 존재한다기보다는 그런 방법으로서 존재하게 된다는 겁니다. 아시아를 논의하는 순간 우리는 그 아시아를 만들어내었던 그 의식, 유럽의 의식이죠. 유럽의 의식들을 돌아볼 수 있다는 것입니다. 최근에 와서 이제 이러한 그 생각들을 더 발전시키고 있는 지식인이 중국에 있는 왕후이입니다. 왕후이라는 지식인이 있고 한국에도 자주 왔었고 이분의 책들도 지금 한국에 많이 번역되어 있습니다. 이 왕후이가 이런 그 다케요시 요시미의 생각들을 발전시켜서 아시아가 가지고 있는 좀 다른 의미들을 이제 또 파고 들어가고 있죠. 기본적으로 이 아시아에 대해서 생각하는 것, 그러니까 아시아 이전에 뭐가 있었냐, 다시 말해 아시아라는 것이 만들어지기 이전에 뭐가 있었느냐를 생각해 본다면 제가 볼 때는 중국이라는 제국이 있었고요, 그죠? 중국이라는 제국의 중심으로 한 어떤 그 중국을 중심으로 한 여러 나라들의 연합체가 저는 있었다고 생각합니다. 그리고 최근에 이안 모리슨 같은 사람이 미국의 역사학자인데 썼던 왜 서양이 지배하는가 이런 역사책들을 보면 기본적으로 이제 많은 사람들이 생각할 때 아시아가 서양보다 힘이 약해서 서양에게 제국주의 침략을 당해서 식민지화 되었다 이렇게 생각을 많이 하시거든요. 근데 이안 모리슨 같은 이런 그 역사학자들은 이런 당연한 상식적 명제에 대해서 문제를 이제 제기하고 있죠. 그러니까 19세기 중반까지만 하더라도 전 세계에서 가장 부자였던 나라는 사실 중국이었어요. 전 세계 부의 60-70%를 가지고 있던 나라가 중국이었는데 왜 이렇게 부자 나라가 쉽게 말하면 가난한 유럽에게 점령을 당할 수밖에 없었는가? 왜 유럽에게 질 수밖에 없었는가? 이게 사실은 큰 명제였죠. 사실 우리도 마찬가지였다고 생각이 됩니다. 구한말에 많은 지식인들이 중국 중심의 세원을 가지고 있다가 중국이 망할 거라고는 아무도 생각하지 못했던 거죠. 근데 중국이 망해버린 거예요. 거기서 오는 충격이라는 것은 정말 이제 이 세계가 무너지는 느낌이었을 것 같습니다. 그런 경험들을 하게 되고 그것이 바로 청일전쟁이었고 그 다음에 러일전쟁이었고 이런 걸 거치면서 많은 사람들이 일본이라는 나라가 사실 아시아였지만 서양의 것을 빨리 배워가지고 어떤 청나라도 사실 이제 중국이죠. 중국도 무너뜨리고 러시아도 이제 패퇴시키는 그런 능력을 가졌다. 그래서 우리는 빨리 서양 것을 배워야 된다. 이렇게 이제 나왔던 일군의 사람들이 있습니다. 그 사람들을 우리는 개화파라고 부르고 이제 뭐 근대적 지식인 또는 뭐 우리나라 같은 경우는 또 친일파라고 부르기도 하죠, 그죠? 이제 이런 사람들이 다 뭐냐면 과거의 어떤 그런 아시아라는 세계관이 무너지면서 그러니까 아시아가 발명되기 이전에 그 무엇에 대한 어떤 반발 작용으로 나타나게 된 거죠. 그래서 정확하게 말하면 아시아를 만들어낸 것이 서양이라 하더라도 그 아시아를 만들어냈던 그 서양의 것을 배워서 서양과 같은 나라가 되었다고 생각하게 된 것도 사실은 우리들이었어요. 자, 이 과정들이 역사적 과정이었다고 한다면 그런 의문들 속에서 어떻게 아시아가 발명되기 전에 아시아는 무엇이었던가 이런 질문들은 굉장히 유효하다고 봅니다. 역사를 다시 관찰하기 위해서. 그러니까 뭐 아시아가 더 위대했어, 서양보다 더 위대했어, 아시아가 서양보다 더 잘났어 이런 이야기가 아니라 아시아가 만들어지는 과정과 서양이 지금 같은 서양이 되는 과정들은 사실은 굉장히 변증법적으로 결합이 되어 있다는 거죠. 이걸 두 개를 분리시킬 수 없다는 겁니다. 이런 생각들이 기본이고요. 그것이 바로 아시아는 방법이다라는 생각이 가지고 있는 핵심적인 명제라고 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 프란츠 파농이 말하는 것처럼 기본적으로 아시아가 만들어지기 위해서 필요했던 여러 가지 요소들 그것은 바로 서양적인 것입니다. 근데 이 서양적인 것이 들어오기 전에 아시아는 사실 단일한 체제가 아니었어요. 그러니까 서양이라는 집단이 그것을 집단으로 부를 수 있다면 일반적인 서양의 집단들이 주로 지정학적인 관계, 그러니까 각 어떤 왕국들 간의 정치적인 이해관계로 엮여 있었다면 이른바 이제 동양은 아시아가 되기 이전의 동양이라는 것은 사실은 무역을 중심으로 해서 만들어져 있던 경제 공동체들이었죠. 그러니까 유럽이 정치 공동체였다면 아시아는 경제 공동체였던 거예요. 그래서 이제 상당히 다른 패러다임이었고 거기서 이제 정치 공동체를 지향했던 유럽이 사실은 이제 아시아를 역사적으로는 어떻게 본다면 점령해가지고 식민지로 만들고 이랬던 과정이었다고 저는 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 그런 어떤 전 세계사적인 어떤 그런 측면에서 아시아를 바라볼 수도 있지만 그런 세계사적인 측면에서의 아시아의 발명이라는 데는 중요한 주제들을 좀 진지하게 논의를 한다면 지금 현재 우리가 처해 있는 여러 가지 문제들을 다시 볼 수 있고 또 아시아로 지금 묶여져 있는 어떻게 보면 아시아로 불리고 있죠. 하지만 이 아시아라는 것은 사실 하나로 통일될 수가 없는 그러니까 여기에 지금 우리들이 이렇게 초청한 이 연사분들도 보면 굉장히 국적이 다양합니다. 싱가포르부터 타이완까지 그리고 북경까지 이렇게 다 연결이 돼 있어요. 북경에서도 물론 중국 학자를 초청한 게 아니라 어떤 그 북경에 머물고 있는 외국인 학자를 이제 초청해가지고 또 이렇게 거기에 관한 이야기들을 들어보는 이제 그런 시간을 가지려고 합니다. 그래서 이런 그 연사들의 구성만을 보더라도 사실은 아시아는 하나로 잘 통일이 안 되죠. 그러니까 홍콩이라든가 싱가포르라든가 동남아시아와 이쪽 중국과 우리나라와 일본은 사실 아시아라고 불리고는 있지만 사실은 전혀 이렇게 파고 들어가 보면 지금 오히려 이제 자본주의가 들어오고 전 지구화가 이루어지면서 금융 자본주의가 이루어지면서 더 단일한 아시아로 통합되어 왔지 그 이전에 어떤 아시아들은 사실은 하나로 통합되지 않는 그런 모습들을 보여준다는 생각이 들어요. 거기에 대한 이야기들을 이번 주제 세션에서 할 것 같습니다. 하게 될 것 같습니다. 그리고 오늘은 각 그 세 분의 발표가 있고요. 내일은 이제 라운드 테이블이라 그래가지고 오늘 이야기했던 내용들을 토대로 해가지고 정리하는 그러한 그 전체 종합 토론 시간을 가질 겁니다. 물론 내일도 두 개의 이야기들이 주제 이야기들이 이루어질 것이고 오늘은 세 개의 주제 이야기들이 이루어질 겁니다. 그래서 오늘 참석하셔가지고 좀 의견을 들어보시고요. 또 거기에 후심탄회하게 질의와 또 토론을 해보는 그런 시간을 가졌으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다. 자, 일단 나왔어요. 일단 첫 번째 발표자부터 발표를 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 어디 갔어요? 리천. 오케이, 첫 번째 발표자는 리천 시아오라는 분이고요. 지금 타이완 내셔널 유니버시티에서 비교문학을 가르치고 있습니다. 물론 이제 그 비평이론이 주된 분야입니다. 그래서 우리 한국과 되게 유사하게 아시아에서 나서 미국에 가서 공부를 하고 이제 돌아와서 대학에 있는 그런 전형적인 어떤 지식인의 삶을 이제 살았죠. 그래서 아마 우리와 이제 공유한 지점이 많을 거고 사실 타이완만 하더라도 가보시면 굉장히 한국과 유사합니다. 왜냐하면 일본에 의해서 근대화가 되었기 때문에 건축물이라든가 생활 방식이라든가 또는 어떤 그러와 관련된 여러 가지 문화들이 굉장히 유사합니다. 그러니까 어떻게 이제 그 전통적인 것을 재창조하는지 또 그런 전통적인 것을 재창조해가지고 그것을 어떻게 관광 상품으로 만들어서 이렇게 구성을 하는지 이런 것들도 상당히 유사해요, 우리하고. 아마 지금 PPT가 있어가지고 그걸 설치하고 발표를 하실 것 같습니다. Richard, please, please come on the stage. 자, 큰 박수로 좀 맞이해주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Okay, I first of all like to thank the organizers, especially Alex Taekwondo, for inviting me to this event. This is a wonderful venue. I never seen an art center so big that you can get lost here easily. And thanks for all the Korean hospitality. This is my first time in Korea, so I'm quite impressed by a lot of different things. And also the location of this event, Gwangju, I think that that has some kind of special connection for me, not just for me personally, but for a lot of Taiwanese also. That the Gwangju, that's fine. Okay, the Gwangju incident or Gwangju uprising in 1980. Just around that time, there was a similar event in Taiwan that took place in 1979, the Formosa incident or Kaohsiung incident, which was also a kind of symptom of that kind of dictatorship in the Cold War era. It's very ironic that in the so-called free world, the free world as the United States defines it, you can have dictatorship. So this is kind of mirroring between these two countries. So we have a lot of similar experiences. In the past few days, I seen something quite exciting and a little bit exotic too, but at the same time, there are also very a lot of familiarity that I have also noticed. All right, so thanks again, and also thanks for your patience that we have this delay that was quite unexpected, but hopefully it's just a pleasure deferred. All right, okay, so my talk today is titled "The World Has Never Been Closer: Plasticity, Wording, and Strategy of Self-Emptying in Taiwanese Folk Art." This is a kind of overview of my talk. I'll go over the first two parts very quickly to give you some context about my talk, my topic. I know this is this kind of time limit, so I'll try my best to make it understandable to you. Okay, so I will start with a kind of preamble to touch on the scene of Asia. But my talk will be less about Asia itself, but more about a world that has always started without us. All right, and then I'll give you some context about colonialism past and present in Taiwan. And of course, I want to focus on the folk art in Taiwan and some reflections that I can offer about the local experiences in Taiwan. Okay, and maybe the last part I won't have too much time to elaborate on it, but I hope that maybe in discussion we'll have time to revisit this scene about plasticity. Okay, I just want to say very quickly that I was envisioning some kind of Asia without definitive qualities. But I think to be able to touch on that, I want to start with some kind of worldview that concerns not only Taiwan, but a lot of marginalized countries and regions in the world. I think that because of a world that has always started without us, there's Asia. So Asia as an idea, as a designation, has never been native or endemic to any Asian tradition. It has to be rediscovered after the onset of modernity. So for me to approximate Asia, I have to start from Taiwan's positioning of itself vis-a-vis the world. And it is only after I dwell on the self-emptying move characterizing Taiwanese culture, can I return to the idea of Asia and more clearly delineate the conception of Asia without qualities, without predilections. So this is a kind of contextualization of the historical situations, historical and present situations in Taiwan. So I'll give you some context about so-called serial colonialism in Taiwan. A lot of scholars have mentioned about this, most notably by Shu Meishi, a scholar on Asia and also on diasporic studies and Sinophone studies. So there's this unique situation of serial colonialism in Taiwan. First, Taiwan has been some kind of and have been going through different types and different degrees of colonization by various Western powers and of course the Japanese as well. First the Dutch, then the Spanish, the Qing dynasty, and then the Japanese, and finally the nationalist government from China, the KMT. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Kuomintang, KMT, the name of the nationalist party. Due to this serial colonization, we have also experienced clashes and intersections of different worlds in Taiwan. Taiwan has actually been at the colliding courses of those foreign powers, and so to me that also resulted in some kind of colliding worldviews as well. So I'll skip this example about the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. I'm sure the audience here should be also very familiar with this example. But just very quickly, it's perhaps the first time that the Taiwanese had this kind of acute awareness of being part of Asia, hence part of the world for the first time. So due to this kind of historical experiences and this current situation, there's this presumption about ourselves, which would be a kind of point of departure for my arguments or discussions from here out. So there's this presumption that we as Taiwanese have nothing. I think this kind of mentality or presumption is also shared by a lot of colonized peoples and countries around the world, especially in the third world, that we have nothing, that we are left behind on the invisible margins of the world at large. Even though in the case of Taiwan, we have been at the center of power clashes from without, geopolitically speaking, even until today. Of course, Taiwan is strategically very important for the United States, just like South Korea, right? Because of this experience and this kind of presumption, there's this constant dream of seeing this connection to the world outside. In Chinese, we say 无缝接轨. So this is something that is quite important to the kind of examples and the kind of arguments that I'm going to elaborate on later. Just a little bit more specific about the context of serial colonialism. It's not just serial, but it's also multi-layered. Just think of the kind of relationship between the Han, ethnic Han people in Taiwan, vis-a-vis the indigenous people, the Aboriginal tribes in Taiwan. So, because of the historical and current situations, we have this tendency to willfully or unwittingly leave behind traces from the past. Either willfully leave behind or unwittingly forgotten. So there's a lot of cultural movements or a lot of experiences, a lot of historical experiences seem to want to wipe the slate clean to begin anew because of this waves of colonization that in a fairly short period of time we experience different powers, different types of colonization. So this is actually at the heart of my argument about self-emptying as the default mode of Taiwan culture. And I will definitely elaborate more on this through my examples. So this, we also have this tendency, this mentality about the enthusiastic embracement of the world by leaving behind a tradition. And because Taiwan is also, actually a settler economy, although this identity hasn't been fully understood or hasn't been well accepted until very recently. Taiwan is a settler economy. Just like other settler economies in other parts of the world, we can hardly claim a tradition before coming to this new place, before our ancestors came to this new place. So at this present site of this location, that tradition has to be reevaluated, reconsidered. And if you think of the Cold War era, when Taiwan used to be a legitimate inheritor of the so-called Chinese tradition, right? That, for example, we use traditional Chinese writing instead of simplified Chinese, right? So it used to be the case that Taiwan can claim that tradition, right? But now, of course, there's no way to compete with China for that claim. So that also has something to do with the more recent change of attitude and mentality in Taiwan culture. Okay, so I'd like to elaborate on some of the points that I mentioned earlier through some local examples. These examples are mainly about the culture, production or reproduction that are inextricably tied to that kind of enthusiastic embracing of foreign cultures in a self-emptying move that reterritorializes on a default. That is, they revert back to nuanced equilibriums of altered and reinforced modes of existence. This is some kind of heavy writing here. I'll explain that later. But through my examples, hopefully, I want to show that there's this kind of nuance between the altered or reinforced modes of existence. Okay, this is a little bit embarrassing. This is my first example, Exhibit 1. This is a picture of a new, very recently founded museum in Tainan, the southern city in Taiwan. There's this Qimei Museum. You can look at the picture here. I wonder, maybe some of you, maybe this picture will remind some of you of some of the images that looks quite familiar, maybe somewhere in Europe. This is the facade of the Chimay Museum. And the sculpture of the fountain here actually is a kind of replica, a very detailed and very, kind of perfect replica of the statue just beside the Versailles Palace. So this is kind of very detailed reproduction of that part of the Versailles. But I want to say a few more things about the example of Chimay Museum. Although it looks like a counterfeit, but it's not your usual suspect of counterfeit artwork or product that is meant to dupe or reap profits. It is a reproduction of 18th century European sensitivity in Taiwan, especially in Tainan. It was built and founded by an entrepreneur and designed to educate, impress, and reform Taiwanese subjectivity. It is, they didn't do that for profits. For a lot of visitors, especially students, disabled people, the underprivileged people, can go there and visit for free. But it also has become a landmark in Tainan and has seen endless flows of visitors. It's very hard to book a reservation. You've got to reserve online first before you can wait for your turn to visit the museum. I would say most of the visitors are local people, and I wouldn't recommend you to visit there if you happen to visit Taiwan. Just save up for your trip to Europe. But this is a very interesting example. Hopefully, you can see that kind of contrast between this example and the following example I'm going to show you. Okay, exhibit number 2. I'm sorry that I won't be able to show you the images about this example because it is in a DVD and there's no time for me to play that or any parts of that here. But this is about some grandmas in a remote Maorin village in northern Taiwan where those grandmas and also some grandpas took up Semba dance as a way of revitalizing their dying community. And that community basically consisted of mostly the remaining older people. So why Samba dance? That's a very intriguing case in that sense. Without elaborating on the details, I'd like to draw from this example or draw your attention to this kind of seemingly unthinkable cross-cultural encounter. It's one of the more remote areas in Taiwan, and you can easily see that kind of incompatibility between that kind of place, those types of people, and this kind of imported foreign influences. I will argue that the seemingly unthinkable cross-cultural encounters wouldn't have been possible if the community hasn't been forced to empty itself of what it had, although they only had very little, right? And considering the circumstances of the demise of the mining industry and the ensuing uprooted population, right? So they had nothing, and so they try very desperately to have something, and it ended up to be something very radical that actually took place there and changed the whole community at the collective level. Let's just very quickly say something about the contrast between the examples so far. I have another example that I'll bring up later. Okay. The first example, the Qimei example, and actually you can easily imagine that is a more negative example. Although it's, I'm sorry for this kind of simplification, but of course it's more negative example. I'm not proud of that. I'm not proud of that being said at all. But that's what happened in Taiwan. So that the Qimei example exemplifies a kind of reinforced mode of existence, although it seems to be going out of its way to look for something very different from what we have in Taiwan, right? And also the case in that remote village where they took up Senba dance actually represents some kind of alternate mode of existence. And I'd like to, and through this example, I'd like to bring up this kind of nuance between elasticity and plasticity. And I will talk more about that through my next example. Elasticity is a way of immersing itself into the world, and plasticity is another way of immersing itself into the world. But there's definitely not always a very clear-cut distinction between the two. So hopefully I will have time to get back to this later. Okay, this is the third example, the stage. This is about the mobile stages of traveling vaudeville shows in Taiwan. Okay, it's you'll see that in the images shortly. It's very showy display of images on the stage, and that kind of occasions for overflowing rowdiness with flashy sights and sound. And through the photos I'm going to show you, I'd like to think along with you how those photos capture the stage, or how those images are captured through the stage by being emptied of its contents. So this is the first picture of the stage. I think Alex might have seen this in Taiwan, right? Oh, okay, he's busy. Okay, anyway, this is the series of photos I'm going to show you is done by this artist, Shen Zhaoliang. You see his name there. He's a journalist turned photographer, but there's something very interesting about the photos of these stages here. I will show you first the photos without much explanation, but later on the clips of the documentary I'm going to show you will explain more, and I'll add my own explanation. So let's just enjoy the photos a little bit here without my intervention here. This is the first photo. I wonder what you think about the images on the stage, but okay, let's see. This is the same image, the same stage, but at a different site. This is a different stage at a different site. The occasion is an outdoor wedding banquet. I hope you'll be able to see and pay attention to the images on the stage. You see the kind of looks like tops of castles. Definitely won't see that in Taiwan. I mean the castles. Right? Okay, this is also a different stage at a different site. You can see that it's most likely in a countryside. I mean the setting. The imagery here seems to be more abstract than the previous two. This is another stage, again at the countryside, but you can see the temples opposite of the stage. Another stage with that kind of museum park theme painted on the stage. Again, this is beside another temple. Yeah, the temples are one of those typical settings where they set up a stage. All right. Okay, this is another wedding banquet, but indoor. It's kind of some kind of auditorium. See the pictures here. I mean, the images painted on the stage definitely are not images related to Taiwan or not endemic to Taiwan. The world imagined on the stage. Okay. This is one of my favorite photos about the stage. Love forever. I don't know what that means. But its setting is very interesting. It's just right in one of those alleys, very common in Taiwan, little streets and alleys, back streets or alleys. And there's this kind of bubble tea stand just next to the stage. It's a very common sight in Taiwan, a kind of bubble tea stand. Again, the images has very little to do with Taiwan. And this is actually my favorite photo, my favorite stage in this series. Look at the painting on the stage. But this is the only one where you can see just a little bit resemblance between the painted stage and the stage on the other side, which is a stage for the traditional glove puppetry, glove puppetry, 布袋戏, right? So the patterns and the colors seem to resemble each other a little bit, right? But that's the only resemblance to some kind of cultural elements in Taiwan that we can see from those examples, those stages. Again, this is beside another temple. Okay. All right. So I'd like to show you some clips from the documentary. Oh, so then I have to. Can someone help me play the documentary there? You can see okay, let me, if you go back there, see that video file? Yes. And just, okay, go to the 040, so that we can save some time. If you want, I can play the whole clip to you, but I think we don't have that much time. Huh? 040. You cannot go to that part? But how about this? Let's just play the whole documentary. It's about just 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Would that be good? Alex, how about we just play the whole video? It's about 6 minutes. Would that be good? No? Oh. Now that's the end. Oh, let me see. 040. I think this is the. That's toward the end. If you don't mind, we can just play the whole clips so that it make it easier for you to operate. Oh, no sound? Oh, all right. Okay, they can just, the silent movie, the good old time, right? there will be English subtitles, so you don't have to worry. Okay? All right, let's just watch this documentary silently. Maybe I'll explain a little bit along the way. This is the artist looking for the vaudeville traveling shows in the countryside. Okay, he's asking there where would the show be? Okay, this is the man who he's setting up the stage. He's setting up the stage here. Yeah, Americanized. Okay, this is talking to the interviewer. His focus is on the common people, the experience of the common people and plebeian society in Taiwan. Maybe you'll be wondering what would be on the stage when the show begins. I hope you won't be in shock when you see that. Okay, the night comes, the show is about to begin, and you see this is another banquet. Okay, he's explaining the origin of this kind of stage truck. Okay, all right, the dancing girls are on, all right. There will be, in some cases, there will be a very erotic pole dancing as well. That's the way to pay tribute to the gods or the deities. They think that they like it. Yeah, those performers should have PhDs. Yeah, that's what he's saying. Another stage, you can see that, with different types of image. Karaoke. It's part of the ordinary lives of the common people. So that's, yeah, there will be pole dancing, but there can also be karaoke, socializing in that kind of event, in that kind of occasion. He's speaking about his relationship to the object of his photography. This is the stage I mentioned earlier, Love Forever. He's preparing for the exhibition of his photos. We wish we can skip this part, but since it's not possible, so just bear with me a little bit. Yes? Okay, maybe we can just stop it here. I think that's enough for my explanation. We can stop the video right now. That's fine. That's fine. But okay, that's fine. I think we have. I think I have already shown you the parts that I might mention later, all right? Okay, thanks. Okay, so, it's a different slide. No, conferences, Korea Forum. Okay, the world has never been, yeah, that one PPT, yeah, the world has never been closer, yeah. Okay, can we go to slide number 23? Okay, 23? Okay, good, thanks. Okay, we can see from those clips that for the artist to capture the image of the common people, especially the plebeian society in Taiwan, he focuses on the stage that features little to none of the cultural characteristics or elements of Taiwan known to either the locals or the outsiders. Yet there is no denying that the stage has played an important part in the lives of the common people, or they have played their integral parts on it. Right? And there's this kind of distance and emptiness featured prominently in those photos as well. So if I have time, I would like to dwell on the role of a photographer as a vanishing mediator, but I'll just leave it like that for now. I want to I'd like to draw your attention to this kind of immersion into the world at large, and what you can extrapolate from the photos and also the clips, that kind of immersion of art into life and vice versa. The stage features the world outside instead of Taiwan. Taiwan is always looking for and yearning for the join with the outside world. Okay, so finally I can touch on a little bit on the subject of plasticity. I'm sorry that I probably don't have time to elaborate more clearly about the connection between the argument here and the third example, but I'd like to first of all mention this kind of argument made by Catherine Malabou, that the subject is plastic. The subject is plastic because it's able to transform itself to transsubjectivization. But it is plastic also means that once formed, it cannot spring back to its previous state. That kind of springing back to its original state will have more to do with elasticity instead of plasticity, right? So plasticity, according to Catherine Malabou, which is a kind of her reading of Hegel, means that one's openness to all kinds of influences and resistance. So the kind of more negative examples that can be categorized as elasticity is more about calculating maneuvers to adapt to the situation, to appeal to flexibility, and also gives us that kind of vision or that kind of illusion about how as if the subject can be anything or become anything that he likes to be. But that's not the kind of argument or that kind of vision that I have or that the Taiwanese example can exemplify. Rather, I'd like to emphasize plasticity as opposed to elasticity, that in some circumstances the subject can explode and transformed into something unexpected. That kind of unexpected reinvention of the subject has less to do with flexibility or elasticity, but then had more to do with plasticity. So the subject is plastic in the sense that it is able to receive form and to give form. We can see from the photos of the stage or infer from the photo of the stage that the stage, I would argue, is formed par excellence in Taiwanese folk art, because the stage is the projections of our desires about the world, though it turns out to be a fantasy world of our worlding. The stage is the world and the world the stage, on which one must empty oneself in order to enact oneself, to immerse oneself into the world. That's about the third example. So I would like to argue that self-emptiness can be considered a fertile ground for such a formalist approach, what seems to be a formalist approach, because that can lead to the moment of no comparison, which is the rare instances where one can open up an unforeseen empty space within oneself that can trigger a reformation of the subject. So plasticity involves a certain resistance that appears to be passive. I probably don't have time to elaborate more on this. Passive, inert, that appears to be passive and invert, that takes place by default. And if I have time to talk more about plasticity of Asia, I think that's a kind of, although it's a kind of tentative thinking on my part, but I think when we conceive of Asia, it might be possible to envision Asia as this kind of self-emptying concept of designation. And I like to, sorry for waiting for so long, I'd like to end my talk on that note and leave the stage now. Thanks for your patience.
Okay. Thank you for impressive, talk about Taiwanese folk art. I've seen the kind of that stage, the documentary is so interesting. Actually, later on, you can find out, the kind of documentary. Anyway, it's released in the DVD. DVD.
DVD is for another example. I have a DVD for the example number 2.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, so after the interesting talk, we're gonna get to some question time shortly. So we don't have enough time. Just I think that we got 2 or 3 questions about or any comments. Welcome to everybody.
So I thought I could leave the stage at the end of my talk, but I'm wrong. Okay. So welcome your questions and comments.
All right.
Just I'm interested in that concept of self-emptying. If you could develop it a little bit farther,
Develop further into what?
I don't know what is self
Okay.
and what is self-empty.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a kind of
Yeah.
ambiguous term
Okay, I
in
know.
my
Yeah.
ears. So
I'm sorry.
I just
Yeah.
want to
Okay.
have a further specification of what you are.
Emptying oneself. In the case of Taiwanese folk art, empty oneself in order to immerse oneself into the world. But of course, this is an illusion. That kind of immersion is a suture, but there will be a lot of traces that one cannot really leave behind. But what I'm trying to say is that, but this is a kind of, or this is a gesture on the part of the Taiwanese that because we have nothing, right? I mean, this presumption that we have nothing is already a self-emptying gesture, right? And then we presume that in order to immerse ourselves into the world, we have to kind of empty ourselves.
Are we talking about some kind of self-negation here, or?
Yes, to some degree, self-negation, all right. But like I said, it will come. I mean, there will come a moment when we realize that there's no way that we can just say, okay, we really have nothing, because those something that we thought we had left behind will come back and has some effect on our current, not only our current situation, but what we saw is kind of transforming moment for our subjectivity. And then, yeah.
Okay, the background why I asked the question is that I understood it midway in your lecture that it was this self-negation thing and coming back of it. But at the end, you have somehow, perhaps I misunderstood, but my impression was that at the end you have a slightly different approach to the same concept.
Oh, okay.
It's if you can bring up that text.
Okay, maybe the last slide, or maybe the last couple of slides.
Next, last.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe slides number 27 and 28, maybe.
As a fertile ground for such a thing. What was the formalist approach? Perhaps I missed that. The moment of no contact. Oh, sorry. So self-emptying as a fertile ground for such a formalist approach.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things to unpack here. I know. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for bringing that up. What I didn't have time to elaborate on is that I think a more desirable example of cross-cultural encounter should undergo that moment of no comparison. That there's this kind of a foreign culture has no. It's hard for us to establish a relation to it other than emptying ourselves, right? And because in the more negative examples that I have mentioned, it's more like we have this exotic thing, okay, we put it here in Taiwan, it's within reach, okay, we don't have to go to Europe to see Versailles, we can see that in Taiwan. And it's not really, it's like a sightseeing, sightseeing, not like trying to know New York in depth on the top of the sightseeing bus. Okay, there's no, you might be able to establish some kind of comparison, okay, but if you don't go through that moment of no comparison, there wouldn't be the kind of cross-cultural encounter that I envision. That has to take place at a deeper level. In that case, we discover some kind of unforeseen empty space within ourselves, right? It's not just, that thing cannot be just readily at hand within your reach. But eventually you will come back down to earth. Of course, there's no way that you can pretend to be the Senpa dancer. Okay, so that's why in my other project I work on this notion of default, and that's kind of that kind of coming back, and you realize that there has to be some kind of dialectic. What Malabou would say, a kind of embedded dialectic at its origination. So that's a lot of different, a lot of more complex issue that I know I still have to work on. Yeah.
Okay. May I ask something in connection to that one? Because there are a lot of people who want to ask questions.
Go ahead, I'll come on to you.
All right. Okay. One small detail, it's just an association about what you said, because I've seen similar places in China, like the first Ximei, etc., that you showed, Now, the interesting detail is not this replica in itself, but for me at least, the interesting detail is that replica creates or structures up a kind of behavior. And this behavior, what I mean with the kind of behavior, is that the same persons, when they go to Europe, they do exactly the same thing. They do the same thing that they were doing at that replica in China, which means they sit, they take the picture, next place, check, next place, snapshot, back home. They could do the same thing that they would do at home. So what is going on, I think, on a deeper level is the redefinition of experiencing territorial differences. It's a re-territorialization of human experience. It's a kind of, it's a society of spectacle multiplied by 2. It's just, another twist on it. It's quite amazing. Because I meet people and I'll say, yeah, I've been to Europe. You've been to Europe? You're really, yes. 1 week, 10 cities. How is it possible? What is that kind of experience you have? And it's the same thing as a theme park. The way you move in that space is the same as the movement in the theme park space. That, just a thought. I don't know what you think.
Like I mentioned in that Chime slide, that it's designed to educate, to impress, to reform Taiwanese subjectivity. That's the stated purpose of the Met Museum. So it's already aimed for some kind of meaningful cross-cultural encounter, but its very existence just closes that encounter. You know what I mean here? Of course, if you go sightseeing, you get a sense in that. Definitely agree. Yeah. It doesn't have to be in your. It doesn't. Maybe it doesn't matter where you are, right? Right. But the thing is that they try to re-territorialize it in Taiwan, right? In Taiwan.
Yeah.
Jason.
I'm just agreeing with that. I mean, that was just my question. Maybe I'll mention this at the end when we're doing our discussion. But I don't need to repeat, but I will repeat what Darius has just said in my own way. How is the experience different? That was just my. How is the experience different at Tainan than it would be at Versailles? I mean, it's. I think this is the problem when you're using words like tradition today in art. The tradition of this tradition or that tradition, because it's obviously always implying a kind of, something like modernity or something which is progressive or novel. Or the emptying out of a subjectivity implies a certain tradition, a certain kind of heritage, cultural heritage, and that kind of. But the whole Disneyland thing is already going on at Versailles. Actually, if you go to Versailles today, it is. For a lot of those people, the experience that they would have there would be no different to the experience they would have at Disneyland, Paris. It would be the same experience, and the photographs they would take at Versailles would be part of their whole experience of that particular day. So yeah, I don't need to repeat, but I think that is something that I would want to explore further. The use of the word tradition, implies authenticity, implies so many things that today I think are problematic in a kind of epistemological sense. I'm talking about the sense of our knowledge. I'm not denying the fact that there is some tradition, some tradition is existing, but I'm saying in terms of how we think and talk about that. So, but maybe that was the point you were making. I think the example was very good. I mean, I perfectly agree with it, but I think that's something I'd want to explore a bit further. Anyway, thank you for this presentation.
Thank you. Do I have time to respond? Okay. Well, actually, exactly what I'm trying to point out through those examples is those are Taiwanese. Okay. Yes, exactly. I think that's the Taiwanese way of questioning our so-called tradition, and also at the same time looking for maybe I don't want to use the word nativist, but a new tradition, a reinvented tradition, because this is there's this growing consciousness on part of Taiwanese to kind of distance itself from the Chinese tradition, the Han Chinese tradition, especially now. It's the indigenous people's tradition, cultures have already been part of the national narrative in Taiwan. So it's being reinvented, and the more conventional, the more conventional sense of tradition, or what you might think of. You might think of Taiwanese as part of the Chinese tradition or part of Greater China. That has already been questioned for some years, and we're still looking for a new way to redefine ourselves so that there might be a break to the previous perceived tradition. That definitely there's always that questioning of our tradition there.
Thank you for all. Actually, since we don't have enough time to continue, this question, so we actually, I also got some question and comment, but I wanna repress myself for the discussion time at the end of the session. All right, just we as a moderator, I'm necessarily must to take this, actual session or actually just next. We just welcome the next, the speaker. All right, big applause to the, Richard and Tony. Okay, next speaker is Tony C. He actually he's teaching in the National University of Singapore. It's not the University of Singapore, it's the National University of Singapore. And he's studied in the European Graduate School. He did actually the Heidegger and a lot of philosophical subject. So let actually he speak about invented Asia. All right.
Hello. Hi, thanks, Alex. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure and it's a privilege to be invited here, and I want to express my thanks to Alex Teck Guan Lee and curator Ms. Yang Jiong for inviting us here. Okay, so I'm from Singapore. So today my topic is Becoming Asia, a critique of Asia as method. Okay, so I won't have any visuals here, so it'll be mainly a reading of my text. Okay. So, does Asia exist? This paper argues that Asia does not exist. Although much ink has been spilled on the question of what makes Asia, relatively little has been focused on the positive aspects. Most of the scholarship on the area either proceeds with the assumption that the question of Asia is not problematic, that it is a given, or that Asia is a construct, something in the order of imagined communities as spoken of by Benedict Anderson. While these works are valuable in that it makes us reflect on what makes us Asia and how we are different from Europe, the question of post-colonialism is haunting. Most of these works remain in the order of transcendence. That is, they either long for a European order or now a neoliberal imaginary, which is no longer in existence, or they imagine a romantic and pristine Asia, which has been lost. The issue with this is that it situates us in a position of subordination in relation to what Deleuze would call a transcendent. What we would like to argue is that the fact that there is no Asia is not something to lament about, but something positive in the order of inventions. To begin with, I need to talk about China and its engagement with modernity. The Chinese engagement with the modernity can be represented by the May 4th movement. Historically, the May 4th movement was not homogeneous, but composed of different theoretical positions ranging from liberalism to communism and anarchism that sought to explain China's so-called backwardness in relation to the West. It also represented an attempt to break from the Qing government, and so it had a nationalistic flavor as well. Philosophically, it also sought to break from the traditional Confucian way of thinking in order to arrive at a new China. The movement spanned decades and symbolized a stage in Chinese history in which thinkers opened up to internationalism and cosmopolitanism. The term was not invented by historians retrospectively, but to describe a stage in Chinese history, but it was self-consciously created by the participants and the movement itself. The advocates regarded themselves as bringing science and technology and democracy to China. And the most important organization that emerged from the movement was the Chinese Communist Party. There is a diversity of interpretations regarding the May 4th movement. An early example is Zhou Zidong's May 4th movement, first published in 1960, which was before what you would call the Maoist movement. First published in the 1960s, it focused on the intellectual ferment in Beijing that led to the attack on tradition and the move towards Western civilization. Later studies moved away from Beijing, and one such example as Lin Yusheng's The Crisis of Chinese Consciousness, published in 1979, was more nuanced, arguing that the single-minded iconoclasm of most opponents of Confucianism was ironically shaped by Confucianism itself. Most recently, these studies were developed by the works of Ye Wenxing's study of the rise of communism in Hangzhou and James Carter's consideration of its effects at Harbin. More recent works in the area included Jonathan Spencer's The Chinese and Their Revolution. Although there is no doubt a lot of intellectual ferment during this period of time, one undeniable fact is that it seems to be grappling with Confucianism. The May 4th thinkers of the 1960s, of the 1920s for example, seems bent on opposing the old traditions. Intellectuals, poets and writers such as Zhou Daofeng, Cheng Duxiu, Ding Ling and Lu Xun, as well as thinkers included Su Shaokang, Chen Zhiming and Li Zehou, had various ideological perspectives and differed in methods, but they seem to be unified by various degrees of acceptance and opposition to the traditional Confucian order. Confucianism provided the background and the impetus for rethinking the meaning and the fate of China, and so it was a rich source of intellectual activity. However, it also prevented the Chinese intellectuals from developing, in my opinion, to develop a more universal vision of what Asia could mean. Here we are reminded of a more recent example in the works of Wang Hui. While his extensive grasp of historical facts and theoretical development is impressive, he eventually suggested a replacement of European sovereignty with a Chinese sovereignty based on Confucian principles. This suggests that we have yet to overcome the Confucian horizon. On the practical level, it is not possible to replace one theoretical framework, in my opinion, with another, because although Confucianism is a part of China, is part of Asia, Asia is not a part of Confucianism. The idea of reducing the differences in Asia under the image of Confucianism suggests of an attempt at intellectual colonization and will not be accepted by different nation states and communities. On a theoretical level, the reduction of difference into an identity also seems to commit the theoretical violence that Chinese intellectuals are up against. Thus, a return to Confucianism as a means of dealing with present crisis would no doubt be a regress in Hegelian terms, as it only reintroduce an authoritarian identity in place of an European one. Wang Hui's works are ironic, in my opinion, because it presents us with a view that is diametrically opposite to that of the May 4th movement. What we learn from these Chinese intellectual activities is a perpetual oscillation between rejecting Confucius and reaffirming the importance of Confucius. Thus, there is a failure to think of the universal in Confucian thought. In Asia's method towards de-imperialization, Chen argued that we must undertake the task of rethinking our usual understanding of politics, one in which the political space is divided into the spheres of the state and civil society. This distinction is overly simplistic because it overlooks the experience of East Asian modernity in which civil society has been subordinated to the state in order to keep them excluded from politics. Chen argues that an important task at hand is to develop an additional sphere called the Mingjian, or the people's sphere, as a space of political society. The term Ming is developed in opposition to Guan, or official kingdom, or officialdom, to divide a space between the officialdom and the people, right? So Chen advocates the growth of a separate space. This is a space of subaltern struggles and is relatively autonomous from dominant institutions of state and even civil society. This is expressed in some East Asian countries, such as South Korea. where key reformers and social movements have emerged from popular people's movement or Mingjun movements that have directly helped to reconfigure the political field, precisely by grouping a variety of social struggles together into a radical oppositional bloc in opposition to the state. In South Korea, the usage of the term civil society, Sinmin-sa-ho, or citizen society, largely emerged from this bloc and is associated with comprehensive social transformation and people's struggles, rather than simply a normative or passive interest group. However, this method does not seem to be possible in other post-colonial states, where there is neither key reformers nor popular movements available, or when even oppositional blocs have been subordinated by the state or recuperated by the state. An important criticism of the idea of Mingjian as a political society is that although it is a good idea to achieve, it may sound overly simplistic and may not be applicable in different contextual, political, historical, and cultural locales. How can we create a comprehensive political force or space outside of established institutions and within nation states? However, it could be argued that Chen seems to be advocating not merely for a community that exists within a nation state, but for a political community that corresponds to the struggles of other post-colonial states. Here we can see images of a reflection of what Michael Hart would call the multitude, or the development of an empire. It can be said to be a community or a society that can find connections between different Asian states in the context of dominant neoliberal geohistorical power relations. The idea of a Mingjian sphere seems to be a proposal for a method instead of a normative sphere of influence. Guanxing Chen, or in China is Chen Guanxing, believes that this is now an urgent political task. His basic idea is that although the intellectual work of decolonization began across East Asia after World War II, it was prevented from developing during the Cold War. Chen places special importance on the Cold War because it was the Cold War that invented Asia as a region, as today what we would like to call plastic myth, right? So the idea of Asia as an invention, where did it come from? It came from the Cold War, all right? So the Cold War imposes its imperial image, or what Deleuze would want to call dogmatic image, on differing layers of imperial and colonial history, and prevented the development of local identities and histories. This imagined and constructed Asia remains active in post-colonial states in various subterranean ways. This can be seen in the image of the internal enemy, which has been invoked by post-colonial states in Asia to repress internal social movements and intellectuals that are opposed to the state. Furthermore, this can also be seen in the development of an imaginary of terror and territory, and in the geopolitical and economic alliances. All these events prevented a post-colonial subjectivity from developing in Asian region. Critical to the success of these movements is an intellectual deconstruction, according to Chen, of the traces of the Cold War, which must be carried out simultaneously with the processes of decolonization and de-imperialization. Chen acknowledges this, and he recognizes that this can be a painful process because it demands that Asian scholars engage in a process of self-critique that is even more radical than the European ones. Specifically, he states that this involves the practice of self-critique in page 3, the practice of self-critique, self-negation, and self-rediscovery. But the desire to form a less coerced and more reflexive and dignified subjectivity necessitates it. Chen's idea of Asia's method resonates with Takeuchi Yoshimi's idea of Asia. Takeuchi Yoshimi criticized the Japanese project of overcoming Europe during around World War II because he considered Japanese society to be equally oppressive. Thus, the project of overcoming Europe by the Japanese imperial forces only seems to replace European colonialist oppression with Japanese discriminatory social oppression, which is an equally oppressive, if not more oppressive, discriminatory social structures of the Japanese colonialist. Thus, even if such a project were to be successful, as Takeuchi would argue, it will not necessarily lead to any improvement in the structure of oppression against the people. This is why Takeuchi Yoshimi does not accept Japanism as a solution to European colonialism. Instead, he associates Japanism with ultra-nationalism. Likewise, he is wary of the belief in Japanism and ultra-nationalism, which is linked to the Kyoto School, which is very radical, right-wing kind of assemblage that sort of was able to incorporate the Zen Buddhist monks, right? So, yeah, it was kind of effective in that regard. So, even if they banished Europe, Takeuchi would argue, they were not to have banished the slave structure in Asia, or what in our coming book, right, if it comes to be, it's about fascism, right? So, now modernism is fashionable, he argues, as a reaction against these European ideologies, but the structure that accommodates modernity is not problematized. In other words, Japanese intellectuals have failed, right, to really consider what can free Japan, and in other words, Asia, from the Europe which they called the master. They have only envisioned the replacement of one master with another master. Okay? So what is to be done? Takeuchi suggests that in order for Japan to be independent, it must not seek to overcome Europe as much as it must seek to go beyond Europe in a way that even utilizes the resources of Europe itself. This can be seen in his strategy of reinterpreting the concept of Asia. Takeuchi Yoshimi does not interpret Asia as a geographical concept, but as a concept that is other to Europe. Asia is the non-European. In this sense, Asia is a nominal term, as what the medievals, dance cultures would want to call, in which there is nothing that corresponds, but which resonates with it. Hence, Japan is non-Asian in this regard, and Japan can only become truly Asian when it leaves behind modernity, which is a European concept, a concept that is followed by ideas of discrimination and authoritarianism. Unlike other Japanese intellectuals, Takeuchi Yoshimi criticized other Japanese intellectuals who, because they regarded themselves as superior to other Asians. Takeuchi believes that Chinese modernity, in fact, for all its problems, surpassed Japanese modernity. This is because against the idea of overcoming modernity, Takeuchi argues that the idea of overcoming was itself a catchword for oppression, or perhaps it was one of the magic words for social control. Overcoming modernity in Japan therefore served as a symbol that was associated with the concept of greater East Asian war against the Europeans. In sum, to overcome modernity or European modernity, it marked the final attempt at forming thought, but an attempt that completely failed in Takeuchi Yoshimi's conception. Takeuchi referred to the ideals of Rabindranath Tagore and Lu Xun in addressing the issues of Asianness. He states, rather than overcoming the Orient must re-embrace the West. So for Asia to be really free, it must not accept Europe unquestioningly. It must not reject Europe unquestioningly as well. Europe is not the enemy, right? It must re-embrace the West, but in a way which changes the West itself in order to realize the latter's outstanding cultural values on a greater scale. Okay? Such a rollback of cultural values would create a sort of a pan-European Asian, or if you like to call it a Eurasian universality. The Orient must change the West in order to further elevate these universal values that the West itself produced but have failed to develop to a higher stage. This is the main problem facing East-West relations today, and it is at once a political and cultural issue if we can look at the events in the world today. In other words, we are faced with two failed attempts at confronting modernity a modernity which is broad but universal, and a universal model which is impossible and perhaps even colonizing and re-imperializing. So the essential question now is where is this subjectivity? But I would like to change the question into one of reinvention, right? Because the basic idea is that although there's been lots of talk about how Asia has been invented, how it is a fabrication, how it is a artificial plasticity, and on the other hand, people saying that Asia is an empty center in a previous talk. I would like to think of Asia more as a becoming, using a delusion concept, where if Asia is an invention, then it is not necessarily a bad thing. Because if Asia is an invention, then we can invent it in new ways which removes or reduces oppression, right? So here I would like to refer to the delusion concept of immanence, which re-embraces the West, but which in a way which allows Asia to become something other than what it is, in a way which is neither Asian nor as we would want to call it European in a sense. Perhaps if we may venture a word which has been sort of marginalized since Heidegger, right? Since his letter on Heidegger, perhaps we would need to reinvent Asia in the direction of humanism, one which is beyond Europe and Asia, between East and West. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the impressive talk about such a lot of discourse is crossing a lot of discourse about the Asia or some kind of artificiality of Asia, something from Takeshi Yoshimi to the Wang Kui recently. All right, so actually we have 20 minutes to hold the question time. So we have anybody in here to raise some question? All right.
Hi. I was just wondering, I liked the this is what needs to happen, but I was wondering what you think are the prospects for it actually happening. Like, I'm not a scholar or anything.
Testing. Thank you very much. In terms of prospects, I remember in the second volume of the published by Verso, becoming it's called The Communist Idea. I think it's the second volume, not the first, right? I can't remember. It's some time ago. I think it's in the last chapter, and Badiou mentioned that even if it's a lost cause, it's still a cause worth fighting for. And this idea is repeated in his work on Sarkozy, the rat or something like that. Yeah. Prospects. What kind of prospects? If you look at the environment today, right? If you look at the terrorist attacks, if you look at how the neoliberal state has again and again recuperated itself, right? How it has absorbed opposition and transformed opposition into part of its capitalist machinery. In fact, you don't see much of a prospect today. And even Chen, right? The idea of Asia's method. He would talk about how Asian intellectuals should engage in a project of rethinking and decolonizing themselves, which is even more difficult than European thinkers when they tried to decolonize themselves from Catholic Rome, right? From the past. The whole project doesn't seem to be possible because the university system is today already, in many universities, it is already a neoliberal, a capitalist kind of assemblage or machinery. So I'm sure there are exceptions to it, but so if you look at it in terms of prospects, in terms of quantity, right? I don't think there is much of a prospect. But however, having said that, we need to take into consideration the idea of polarization or extremification. Because if you look at the Occupy movements, right, the Arab Spring and the People's Movement, which has been growing in maybe Hong Kong and Taiwan, you find that there are prospects, but not in the traditional way that we have envisioned them, right? In a traditional way, in a party politics system and things like that. So there are intimations of a new arising, right? But we are still not sure what the shape of this whatever community will look like. But Chen has a point which I find which is worth excavating, and it is the idea that it might not be a nation state kind of so it is not necessarily a Gwangju uprising, not necessarily a Tokyo uprising, but it is a sort of a new linkage between different decolonized states, which is intimated in Michael Hart's idea of empire and multitude. So at the moment, this seems to be viable, right? But I think the most important thing is not to lose hope, right? Because when you look at the information around you, history seems to repeat itself, right? And the second time as fast as Marx would want to call it. As it is, we are already bombing Syria, right, at the moment. So it seems to be a repeat of the event in bombing Iraq, you know. So it's bombing and then the growth of terrorism, bombing and then the growth of terrorism. So there's a repeat of that. But in the meantime, people suffer, right? People suffer. So on the one hand, there's a lot of it's quite bleak, right? So the prospects is not there, but at least we have maps, right? So long we mustn't give up the maps, but because to give up the map is really to have no prospect at all, right? So we need to maybe tell more people about the map, because so it is it is sort of like having a map, you know, in a bottle, and then you just throw it into the ocean, and you know there's hope in this regard. Yeah, thanks.
Just first of all, just hope you can help me clarify, just a clarification first about the relationship between Takeuchi's and Chen Guangxun's line of argument on this topic. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Just a clarification between the relationship, clarification of the relationship between Chen Guangxun's and Takeuchi's work, especially along the line of Asia's method. It seems to me that Chen Guangxun is repeating some of the argument. I don't know if it's fair to say that. And my question is, if your clarification can already answer my question, then just consider this a moot question. But because Chen Guangxun has been engaged in quite heated debates in Taiwan, to the point that some people in Taiwan simply don't listen to him, and he simply doesn't listen to some people in Taiwan. So it's that kind of very heated debate. So I'm kind of sometimes I got confused whether some of the critiques about Chen Guangxun is really fair. So I'd like to hear from you, because he seems to be emphasizing this kind of self-critique on the part of the so-called Asians, right?
Sorry, again?
The self-critique, you also mentioned that, right? Okay, for example, I mean, do you think that that kind of self-critique, although it's it's obviously directed against Japanese neo-imperialism, but can that kind of self-critique, according to Chen Guangxin, be applied to, for example, China or China centrism?
Okay, I think if you go back to the and I'm Socratic in a way, Platonic in a way, I think man is a rational animal, right? So is it possible to engage in self-critique? I think even if you think that it is impossible, I think it is necessary, and especially for intellectuals. There's working on the idea of Asian modernity. It is a necessary but sometimes seemingly impossible project. Yeah. As for whether he doesn't listen to people, I'm not a Chen Guangxin expert. Yeah, I'm not interested in his personal life. I'm more interested in
that. Right. I'm just can you just I mean according to Chen Guangxin, can that kind of self-critique be applied to China centrism or China?
Chinese intellectuals.
China centrism, or China, Chinese intellectuals.
Chinese intellectuals. I think
the case of China.
Okay. I think to even ask that question. Thanks for the question.
It's from
I think to even ask
China.
that. To even ask that question implies that Chinese intellectuals are all. It's homogeneous and they can't think for themselves. And I think, in my experience, right? In my experience, I've met many very critical intellectuals, right? They are in Beijing, right? Most of them, and they have a salon, they have cafes, they have lectures, and so they do have very extreme. I wouldn't say extreme. That's a negative term. They have very advanced, very self-critique, right? So they are very intellectual, if in a sense. But whether they have an impact on the state, that is another question. So I mean, the short answer to your question is that yes, I believe that Chinese intellectuals are capable of self-critique, and sometimes they're more critical of themselves than we can be critical of our own project. Yeah. Theoretically, yeah.
I wasn't asking about, not asking in general terms about Chinese intellectuals, because Chen Guangxin is from Taiwan. Of course, he will consider himself a Chinese.
I know. Yeah.
So, but he.
Oh,
has
you're talking
the
about
distance.
Taiwanese intellectuals.
No, I'm just talking about Chen Guangxin.
Okay.
Yeah, just the
Is he
case.
capable of self-critique?
I mean, for him, or according to his work, that kind of self-critique, can it be applied to the case of China?
Today's China.
Yes. And also, I mean, you haven't helped me clarify his relationship, the relationship between Chen Guangxin's work and Takeuchi's work.
Okay. I think it's possible. I think it's possible, but whether it's the majority or the minority, or I'm sure there are highly self-critical intellectuals. Yeah.
All right, Jason.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. I mean, I could probably mention this later, and I guess I will, but since I have a bit of time, Asia is a European invention or concept, right? You said? But at the same time, Asia is a becoming, which is not Europe or not Asia. Would Europeans have a problem with that? I mean, there's colonialism, right? I mean, would that necessarily? It seems it's a kind of. They're both consistent with one another, those statements. I mean, would that? You agree with that or not?
Which European?
Well, the idea that there's a becoming which is not simply Asia and not simply Europe. but at the same time, Asia is a European concept. I mean, why would that be a problem for European? But the becoming that you're talking about, would that be a problem for Europeans?
Which European?
Well, any Europeans that had an interest in inventing Asia. Do you not see what I mean? I mean, the becoming that you're talking about. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't seem to be in contradiction with the idea of a European concept of Asia. I mean, you could square them. You could equate the two things, surely, or not. I don't know. It didn't seem clear to me that. Does it you? I don't know. No, you. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. That they could be the same position, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll discuss it later.
That's what actually Darius, you actually talked, previously. Exactly.
Should I answer that question or? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No, actually, Darius actually mentioned, previous question to the actual Richard about,
So
European also got that sort of problem, becoming to something, even actually though they invented Asia, it means kind of Asian something, already, embedded into that kind of European civilization, I think your question is a little bit, Jason's question would be something like that, a little bit, what kind of becoming could be happen?
It's becoming a European concept as well.
yes, but it's also an Asian concept. Because I was not talking about opposing Europe and throwing away Europe, but something which excavates, which recuperates elements of Europe. Because in my paper, I was suggesting not overcoming or rejecting Europe, like the normal cliched position East-West position, but how do we incorporate Europe in the building of a new Asia that is yet to be? So in that sense, it is becoming Asia, which tries to escape the invented dogmatic image of Asia with a new creation. Yeah, in that sense. So I'm not saying that Asia doesn't exist. All I'm saying is that the image of Asia needs to be rethought, right?
Yeah, but actually, as a moderator, I'm gonna get some question about that a little bit. If you said okay, just Asia invented, but actually Asia is not does not exist, but it's not kind of present tense. What I mean, Asia didn't exist.
Yes.
But actually, Asia wasn't there, but now Asia is. Asia exists.
Yeah.
That is, I think that is a big question.
Yeah.
For all of actually the kind of people.
Well, don't get me wrong. I think Chinese, the Chinese. That's why the May 4th movement exists. The Korean people exist, but Asia, as a collective, it is sort of like a malleable concept which changes through time. For example, Singapore is Southeast Asia. Right? In relation to who are we in the south, right? To the Australians, we are north, right? But the Australians would regard us as Southeast Asian. So the use of the word East Asia, Southeast Asia, all these terms have they still have a European, they still see things from a European perspective. So we can't reject that. We can't just accept that uncritically, right? Which is the two usual cliched positions. So I was thinking, how can we move beyond this dialectic between these two, Yeah.
Well, we can either accept that concepts are European or Asian or are, have an identity or are historical, or we can not accept that. We can accept that concepts are just concepts, right? But if you are talking about some kind of politicization of Asia, which it seemed to me through your presentation you were, then we have to look at the concepts that we are using and that are helping us to obviously politicize the Asia or the Pan-Asia or whatever geopolitical entity you're talking about. If you want to take that approach, or we can just accept that concepts are not European or whatever. But we can't do both at the same time.
Yeah, we can't do that because
It seems to me.
Because the concept of Asia has Greek origin, so it has a history behind it, and even Hegel and Kant, all the way to Hegel and Kant, they have already a concept of Asia, and we have sort of inherited that concept. So you can't just reject that. You can't just accept that. So, scholarship has been between these two positions all this while. But these two positions are not reflective of what's happening in Asia now. So we need new concepts too. Because if your concept is not clear, it's a Spinozoic idea. If your idea is not clear, the less able are you to have a control over things, right? Yeah. So it's just about, in the end, it's about clarifying concepts, trying to clarify using images, right? What is essentially heterogeneous or changing or different. Yeah.
Okay. Another question? Jason, could you give the mic?
예, 말씀 잘 들었습니다. 저기 그 플라스틱 신화들에서 아까 얘기했을 때 아시아가 만들어진 아시아다 했을 아시아가 만들어진 예. 아시아가 만들어진 아시아다 했을 때 그 개념은 우리가 유럽에 대응해서 아시아가 식민지주의 시절, 그러니까 냉전 시대에 그때를 중심으로 해서 얘기한 것 같아요. 근데 지금에 있어서 아시아라는 개념은 제 생각에 아시아라고 묶을 수 있는 지리적 여건은 가능하나 정치적이나 경제적인 면에 있어서 보면은 아시아를 한 카테고리 속으로 묶기는 굉장히 어렵다고 보고요. 아까 우리 발제자께서 말씀하신 대로 그런 만들어진 아시아 개념이 현재에 있어서는 새롭게 해석이 돼야 된다. 그 점에 대해서는 저는 동의합니다. 그랬을 때 과연 제 생각으로는 아시아라는 개념보다는 오히려 이제 지금 그 신자본주의가 세계에 이렇게 널리 퍼져 있는 가운데 아시아라는 개념보다는 오히려 경제적인 그 강대국과 그러니까 제국주의, 경제적인 제국주의와 그렇지 않는 세력 이렇게 구분하는 새로운 아시아 개념이 필요하지 않을까 여기에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 질문드리고 싶습니다.
Thank you for your question. I really like your question because it goes to the heart of what is my paper about. I agree that the concept of Asia should not be defined politically merely, and I do agree that with the rise of economic development in Asia, there is a tendency, and it might be a good idea to define Asia in economic sense. However, the economics that we have inherited has European origin as well. So, if you define Asia using economic terms, you are once again reintroducing a European logic into your definition of Asia. So it is pretty much, for example, the case of the rise of China, right? If you're a Chinese national, and not a Taiwanese national, you'll be very happy with the rise of China. It's an economic super powerhouse, but at the same time, the logic of that rise is not based on traditional Asian philosophies. It was not based on Confucianism or Taoism or Asian ideas. It's based on a neoliberal, capitalist, and even to the extent of a Marxist, Maoist model, right? And this is something that even the Chinese cannot deny, right? So if you broaden up the concept in that way, when you look at Mao, Mao didn't defeat the nationalists using Taoist concepts. He didn't say, well, let the nationalists be, right? Mao defeated the nationalists using Marxist, Stalin, Leninist Stalin concepts. And if you extend beyond Mao to talk about Deng Xiaoping and subsequent Chinese leaders, the way they achieved the rise is based on Western model of capitalist economic development. So in a sense, the rise of Asia is, if you define it economically, is not the rise of Asia, but the rise of the West in a different guise. Which is why, with the rise of, for example, China or Asian in that sense, you don't find a subsequent rise in, let's say, Taoist education or Confucian education. People today don't know about their roots in many parts of the world, except maybe Korea, right? I think Korea have a very strong, in my understanding, although Alex may have the latest, cutting-edge idea. So Korea has very strong roots, but in other areas outside Korea, in post-colonial areas, there is a erasure of the Asian roots, right? So I'm not against economics as a measurement of what Asia is, but I'm saying that in order to redefine Asia, which I'm hoping for, you need to maybe look at it from a cultural and philosophical dimension as well, and not just from a political and economic dimension. Because when you look at it from a philosophical and cultural aspect, you can find possibly some distinctive elements which can be universalized. And in this universalization, you can find links with some European thought as well, which has been marginalized in Europe itself, which is not neoliberal, which is not does not belong to the sovereign economic tradition. And in this sense, Deleuze is a good person to look at, because he would look at Europe, which is not what we normally conceive of in terms of Europe. Yeah. Thanks. I hope I answered your question.
All right. Okay. Just this time is done. So, more question? Any question? If you have any more question, just reserve that for the end. At the end of the session, we also got another question time after this session. All right. Okay. Just a big flow to this speaker, Tony.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right, so I think quite interesting talk about the invention of actually the Asia. So next speaker will go Darius Dust. All right. Upstate. Please come to the stage, and then Darius Dust is teaching in the Beijing Normal University at the moment.
It works.
It works.
You're talking about naming things, right? Asia, Europe. What is Europe? What is this? Is a big convention, a conference? Why stand here? If you want, you can come closer, because this is a seminar.
It depends on
when it looks, the number of people who are here, and that tone. It changes a lot. We lose a lot when we make it too official. That was my feeling sitting there listening. So I would prefer to be democratically at the same level as you guys. And, you are the one who know. I'm the one who wants to learn. All right? So I just start something, Yeah, sometimes I will move this microphone too, because I want to interact with the noise in the environment itself. I think there's some meaning into it too, right? That we have this noise, and we have ladies over there knitting. And yesterday when I heard that, I said that, oh God, we are going to be guillotined today, because during the French Revolution, when they had the guillotine, and they had picoteurs around sitting there and knitting when people were beheaded. I don't know, we are both victims and executioners, perhaps. So, all right, that feels much better, right? Okay, let's see. I prepared a lecture, but sitting there, I was thinking if I should just give that lecture mechanically, or if I should revise the whole thing radically. And I think that I started with this thing to see how I feel about the whole thing. That was a kind of revision of the setting here. And since critique goes for me hand in hand with self-critique, then I have to revise my own talk too. Now, so let's see. I had some kind of title like Rigid Designator and the Can of Coke, something like that. I can start with explaining what I meant. Rigid designator is a term taken from Saul Kripke. He's an American philosopher, and he was used by people such as Jacques Lacan very early, back in the 70s. I'm a Lacanian person, so I try to avoid mentioning anything complicated or Lacanian here. So anyways, a rigid designator is a very simple thing. It means that there are certain elements in the language which do not have only a signifying function. What does it mean? It means like that for him, Kripke, the example is proper names. So Aristotle, or no, let me take another example. Kiefer, German, Anselm Kiefer, German painter, painted, what's the name of it? Pure Blonde Hair, Marguerite, the most famous, iconic paintings by Anselm Kiefer. If Kiefer hadn't painted that painting, would that have changed that Kiefer was Kiefer? No. Kiefer continued to be Kiefer. So his proper name doesn't correspond to a cluster of qualifications, regardless of the mode of qualification. Is it description or explanation? Doesn't matter. This point, this element in the language is a rigid designator. It designates an existence with no qualifications. All right? Like a man without qualities. Now, two considerations. The first one is when you enter into the Chinese language sphere, Chinese society, the proper name doesn't have the same function, seems to me. So that is first problematic issue. I would love to know what you think of that. Some Chinese-speaking people around here, anyway. So, but the second point, which is more relevant and important, more important for myself, is that a rigid designator actualizes another dimension. That dimension is naming, the act of giving name to someone, something. Now, I think the question of Asia, in connection with visual representations in general and artistic practice in particular. It's rather related to this dimension, the question of calling. You know, in the European languages, and it's not, I don't mean only Europe, name calling has an aggressive undertone. You name call someone, right? At the same time, given a name, calling somebody something, naming is an act. The person who does that, by doing this, by realizing the act of naming, ascribes to itself a certain authority, a certain right. In other words, it's a dimension of political power. All right. Now, Asia, you know, until not so long time ago, you know, Hegel, when he talks about, or Kant, when he talks about Asia, he's talking about India, mainly. I think it's a question of power. It's a, you know, at that level, it's a question of who defines, who calls things by names, by different names. Tomorrow it will be Beijing, call different regions in the world by different names. Now, how can we, now, if we follow this argumentation, then it's quite obvious that we will end up in some kind of relativistic point of view. But everything is, you can historicize, it's related to power. First it was, you know, I don't know who was the first, but anyway, 100 years ago it was Europeans, and now perhaps in the future will be Chinese, etc. So everything is relative. But is that true? Because something in me, after all those decades of postmodernism and irony, and I see back into some irony stuff. I had a lecture called Irony Kills, but never mind. We go on. So now the thing is that somehow I would like to have some kind of more stable solution or answer to this question of naming. Because otherwise it's just this endless and finally quite meaningless discussion about who is giving name to whom. And I don't know, you know, perhaps we need to, now 2015, perhaps we need to go back to some kind of basic pseudo-naive discussion and just say, look into the map and say that, for God's sake, there is no Europe, there is no Asia, there is something called Eurasia. And this is just one piece of land. And it has two ends, the east and the west. Why not? It's a political action. This kind of naivete, it's a political citing. I don't give a damn about the history of British Foreign Office who defined Palestine and the elements of Ottoman Empire as what did they call Middle East. Middle East. It's just completely meaningless. It's 1921 they coined the term. No. We have Eurasia. It's one piece. There's one east of it, west of it. You have Indo-European languages. You have non-Indo-European languages. You have Proto-Sino language groups and culture societies, and Indian, Proto-Indian, etc., Arabs, etc. Can't we? What is it that hinders us? I mean, that's my problem with all those criticality that we have produced, both in Japan, in I don't know, China, in Europe, in the United States. At the end of the day, I would like to get back to something like that, like basic Eurasia. Okay. Now, I'm telling you all this because what matters to me, because I'm doing art too myself, what matters to me is another question. And that question is that when we do art, when we organize an art space, which is part of the artistic practice as I see it, even though it's all curating and curatorial courses are expanding everywhere in the world. What matters is the object, what we work. We work with something, an object. And what is this object? I think basically that object is the object of science and technology. Everything around us is produced, is measured, is counted, is digitalized. It's a piece of binary information, etc. It doesn't matter if you live in Sulawesi or in London. You are confronting the same measurable, basically Cartesian world. Now, perhaps I have to look into my text, but I have two crucial formulations for that. I shouldn't make a mistake about that. The first thing is this scientificity goes very deep. Like, Freud, he has this text quite early, in the first decade of the last century, 3 essays on sexuality. He says that a child behaves like a scientist. He develops hypotheses, and then he tries to make observations. And we read it, we don't react. But it's an utterly absurd idea to qualify a child as a scientist, compare it with a scientist. We didn't do that until 150, 200 years ago. Kids were not compared this way. So what I'm trying to say is that how deep and extensive this scientific, technological world is, and how it has penetrated the most intimate corners of our existence. Now, the first question, or the first step is to know from what this measurable world of object is made. Yeah. What is it made of? What is it made of? The idealist, or the position that we all of us perhaps agree on criticizing, is that it is made of some kind of formless matter that we do not have access to. And science is this object that has been conceived and conceptualized and understood by us in philosophical, scientific terms. But I think that there is a problem with this position, which is a Kantian position, basically. Is that it creates this idea of something that can be reached to if we just succeed to transgress the limit between the enciphered world and that pure state of immediate materiality. That leads into another kind of killing. I said irony kills, but this kind of attitude kills too. Normally it kills in the name of religion. It has been doing that during centuries, at least on the western part of this Eurasian plate. Perhaps there is something in Asia, and then India, that could be an element of an answer to this question. Zero. You know, when we said that the word is ciphered, all right, everything is counted. But logically, the very first act was when we started counting zero. And Indian, because Greek, etc., they didn't know about zero. Zero is a notion coming from India, which is a big revolution in the history of mathematics when Roman mathematicians, firstly Islamic mathematicians, introduced this. And so, what is zero? I heard that some people have read Badiou here, right? So, zero is counting nothing, the void. All right. So I think this gives us a first point of departure. I would say contemporary art deciphers the world of scientifically counted and accounted objects. It's an act of deciphering. This first conclusion is temporary. And it's quite, needs to be developed further. But I can give you an example, even from something that seems to be a counterexample, which is pop art. And in pop art, you have Andy Warhol, right? Let's take something simple. And Andy Warhol has a painting, or has a book, an artwork. It's not technically perhaps a painting. It's called A Can of Coke. I don't know if you have seen it or not. A can of Coke by Andy Warhol is a can of Coke that is squeezed, has been already consumed and thrown away. In this picture, you see something that is a can of Coke, and at the same time it is not. It is there as an object, but at the same time it's a negation of the first quality of a can of Coke, which is its identity with the next can of Coke, right? It's a serially reproduced commodity, here reduced to this squeezed, deformed, distorted shape. This is kind of an illustration of what I mean by decipher. So this shell, this empty can, or this can that entrapped the emptiness or void, it's not an enciphered representation. It's not either a promise of an immediate access to the formless matter, but something else. And what is this something else? And I would say that this something else is the sensible, sensibilis, as it was called in the Latin tradition. The sensible is the object presented as a discourse. The object is there, but paradoxically, as the means of exposure to the void. The object reduced to a stain at the heart of the objectal, scientifically constructed, measured world system. So that gives me, at least, this kind of possibility to define artwork, and a definition in which I try to, that is my intention, I try to remain loyal to a certain principle of radical aesthetics. Critical project, basically Marxist project. So I would say, insofar as an artwork is an affirmation of a singular imagination, and insofar as this imagination involves the sensible, the artwork is the simulation of the void. It's the simulation of the void. In a way that you can feel it, that there is something like nothing behind this painting, or this object, this installation, doesn't matter, or this piece of sound. What I'm trying to say here is, I said it's radical aesthetics because such a definition is a critique of philosophization of artistic practice, even though I'm using, surely, philosophy concepts, etc. At the same time, I'm undermining my own discourse. It's a critique of philosophization of artistic practice. It's a return to the sensible, but it's not a kind of savage return, but it's a return that knows. I know very well that piece by Kiefer was inspired by the piece of poetry by Paul Celan, all right? But the work, Kiefer's work, is not reducible to that source of inspiration. It's adding something to the work. And how can we add something to the work which belongs to the order of the sensible, but which at the same time is not adding yet another piece of commodity to the circulation of exchange values? Okay, that is the challenge, the dilemma. Right. And honestly, when let me now go back to the initial question about Asianness, Asian as a name, etc. Say, following. How can we escape this vicious circle of producing discourse which can't be commodified, which is critical towards Asia, as a ground for reproduction of this concept of Asia? Because that is what's happening, right? We know that in the contemporary capitalism, what happens is that we can go and we can criticize whatever term, and then critique itself is integrated, or even worse, assimilated. It is a kind of legitimation. It provides legitimacy for that term that has been criticized. I think radical aesthetic in this situation, well, whatever we call it, cognitive capitalism, it's a challenge. The challenge for radical aesthetic is how to escape, skew those big issues that we have around us. So my way of acting here, hopefully, is part of something that I want to imagine being a part of the answer. All right? Reintroducing void. Going back to, in a kind of naive way, like a novel, fiction. Go back to your school book in geography, look into that, and forget what your teacher told you. Look at the map and you see it's one piece of land. Epiphany? No. But perhaps a clear idea, as Tony said, quoting Baruch Spinoza. Didn't work as a provocation? Probably not.
It's so provocative.
I should have taken you guys to the top of the mountain first, 30 minutes walk. Anyway, so I think you know,
I can reformulate what I said at the end. Is that like this? That okay? Is one way. It's an ascetic way. Is that to say, okay, I don't give a damn about all that those discussions. I do my art, or I write my text, I set my kind of poetry, whatever it is, apart from those, from the mainstream or whatever that is the alternative to mainstream, which is a part of the mainstream, etc., which is the desertic subject. Desertic subject. We have always had those kind of desertic subjective positions in the history. Those monks, etc., for me, or those both in the East and the West, etc., they are kind of artists. That's one way to go, and I have no judgment about it. The second way is trying to do something else with Asia. I use this. I don't want to go farther deliberately. I just use this very naive idea that you have your book in geography, school book. I know that geography isn't Greek there. All right, doesn't matter. You look into it, you see one piece of land. That is the second way to go, perhaps. But it needs to be developed, it needs to be detailed, it needs to be discussed further. That's why we are here. That's why I'm sitting here at this level and talking with you. So you're welcome to fill in.
Done. Okay. The question time. He actually, provoked a lot of things. In particular, Tony. Okay, just any question, about.
No, I go up there.
Why? He's quite. Anyway, just he's. All right.
He's getting his bottle of water.
Okay, just you want water actually. All right.
Not that much. Just before.
Okay, any questions? Welcome.
No, yeah.
All right, he's talking about how to overcome that kind of boundary or some sort of already established discourse in Foucauldian sense. How can we actually get through, interpenetrate the sort of discourse structure or some kind of dominance, and also he's talking about some little bit marginalized part of that kind of discourse. I'm a moderator, I'm not Richard, actually, do you have I think you would have some kind of question.
The thing, can I say something here? It's that, I talked about the void instead of conflicts, antagonism, which I'm educated with those terms, in relation to science, because what we are talking about here is also scientific discourse.
Exactly.
So, if you want Asia and Asian art, this adjective form can be read only in two ways. The first one is historicism. What does it mean? It means that you have these traditions, old stuff, they were there. Who is going to classify them? Who told you that this is this period? The historian, the art historian. Why? Because he can put them in the museum. The museum that we created in the 18th century.
Anthropologist.
That's one reading. Historicism. And they even go to use contemporary art, codes from the contemporary art. It doesn't make it conceptual, post-conceptual art, whatever it is. What you are doing and what your spectator is reading your art will become historicist art. And that is my feeling from Beijing. I see that artist, he knows, he has seen a lot of art, etc. This retrospective on Eva Hesse, or that one on Marina. There is something else there, and that's something else. I call it this scientificity, this historicism, which is unreflected, which is a part of a scientific Cartesian perception of the world. And in my view, and this is subjective and you can discuss that, in my view that kills something, that artwork, and that which is killed, I would dare to say that it's this imagination. Same imagination that would give us the key to perhaps get closer to what you call the prospect. The common. And then,
All right. You talk and you comment yourself. Huh? All right. Actually, kind of self-criticism or something, self-commentary. There's a little bit, kind of tautology of some discourse. Okay, I think your point very interesting. The issue, in relation to scientific discourse. I think I totally agree that sort of invention of Asia or invented Asia so closely related to kind of invention of race something. There's a little bit Darwinism, definitely a lot of Darwinists also criticize. Darwin didn't talk about that kind of race, but definitely that kind of actually perspective. That means sociological imagination already inscribed in what Darwin tried to explain that kind of the fittest one competition. So I think this sort of the concept of competition definitely still it works ideologically at the same time scientifically. Normally actually market centrists are always talking about market a little bit. It's kind of a nature for us. That is a little bit what is that foundation for the neoliberalism or something. And the whole thing is actually invention of Asia, little bit actually I think connected this sort of invention of perspective toward the world. So you actually talk about a little bit about why do we think like this? Why do we actually behavior like this even something like that? So and the question was some comments about that. I think a little bit related to your talk. You're talking about void, in a Lockean sense, but he's talking about a different void, yeah?
Okay, Doris, thanks for your very, very engaging lesson. I want to go back to the term region designator. Region designator. That's where you started. And this question is not entirely for myself, because I hope that what I gather was that there seems to be an alternative to that kind of postmodernist relativism that you try to get. No? Okay? No.
okay, Kripke wrote it back in the 70s. It was used by Lacan in the 70s. It's not, Lacan has never been a postmodernist, and I don't know really what postmodernism besides architecture signifies. In architecture, I understand postmodernism, but outside that, it's quite a fluid kind of attitude. So, yeah.
I said that this is not entirely for myself. It's that I wonder if this kind of foregrounding of rigid designator in the act of naming have anything to do with deciphering. Deciphering, you also mentioned. I wonder if there's anything to do with deciphering. Because it seems to me, so that's why I said this is not entirely my own question, because I think there's this, because of this occasion, because what you have just done, what you have just improvised, I'd like to see if you can help us, or do a kind of demonstration of deciphering such a term to the layman, right? That this kind of, some of the region designator, as if there's any way? Can it serve as one of the ways to help us decipher those ideas behind and some of the terms that we are familiar with to the layman? See if we can demonstrate some kind of explanation without alluding to all those jargons that we obviously are, or some of us are obviously familiar with. And if I wonder if that would relate to what you said about not to philosophize artwork or artistic practice.
The example was the can of Coke by Warhol. I can give you another example. I know. Works by Eva Hesse, late works by Eva Hesse, American artist. For me, they are great examples of this act of deciphering. It's all, even there's this violence in her stuffing, which only emphasizes even more the void that it is presenting in its representation. It is presenting. That was what I'm trying to say, that art doesn't only represent, because we have been criticizing representation in decades. But there is something else in art, I think, which is the presentation, the act of presentation. I don't want to go in, well, White on White by Malevich, okay. It's another example. White on White by Malevich is this presentation of a representation. It's nothing, it's white. But there is another dimension which is important. And you said, you asked something about rigid designator. What was your question exactly?
It is my question to the extent that I seem to have difficulty explaining terms such as this to the layman.
Rigid designator.
Without alluding to those.
It's very simple. As I said, proper name. What is a proper name? Like Kiefer. I use Kiefer. Well, take somebody that you are more familiar with. Let's say Frederick Jameson. Frederick Jameson wrote postmodernism the critique of the culture of postmodernism. If he hadn't written that book, would that have changed that he is Frederick Jameson? No. If he hadn't entered into that marriage, would it have changed that he's Frederick Jameson? No. Frederick Jameson, if you go down, you just peel off all those descriptions, all those signifying chains around his proper name, Frederick Jameson. Frederick Jameson still stands. Because it's a rigid designator that just designates an existence. Now, what is out of Kripke's scope, because he's an analytic American philosopher, is that this rigid designator was given to this Frederick by a father, for instance, or a paternal figure, or by his parents. All right. That is the second moment that I introduced, and that was the act of naming. And this act of naming establishes a relationship. A relationship that could be a power relationship, for instance. If I go somewhere and say, "You are the Asian," or whatever, is defining who has the right to define others. The otherness is established. And I continued on that one, right? But the first part is rigid. According to Kripke.
Okay. I'd like to start with the question that you have posed when you finished the talk. I don't see so much that he's going after me. Rather, we are along the same battle line. Rather, you ask if that historicist way of looking at things kill art. I think coming from a Heideggerian perspective, it does. If you look at one of his texts, right? So you might be Heideggerian without knowing it. Yeah, I know you resist Heidegger. Yeah. So yeah, Luke, you know, it's like Star Wars. Okay. Yeah. So I'm trying to do something like that. So because in one of his texts where he actually explained why he was against the Hegelian dialectic, you know, so he didn't beat around the bush. So at the end of it all, Hegel's system for Heidegger depends on the dialectic, right? And in the Essence of Truth, there's a short passage where he talks about the dialectical method, right? And how, you know, when you have the left and the right, when you have the thesis and the antithesis, you might not have a sublation, Aufhebung and arising, and then, you know, the process may not proceed. And if that dialectic does not work, the whole Hegelian revelation of the spirit, right, history does not work. So in that sense, your avoidance of history, right, the historicist way of looking at things, or what you call the scientific way of looking at things, perhaps coming from your experience in China, that is in a way Marxist, which is in a sense Hegelian, tends to place everything in a developmental Darwinian Hegelian sense, right, with the Communist Party on top of it. This is how the historicist or the scientific way that you see things. So this could be one of the ways, as you've said, it's very political, right, to place the Communist Party at the top, right, and then by rearranging everything in an order, and then you redefine from the bottom up. So, and at the beginning of the talk, I noticed that you used the word calling, which is a very Heideggerian term. He wrote an entire book on the calling, and it's called What is Called Thinking, right, where, yeah, because the alternative, right, to the dialectic actually is another mode of thinking, which is called calling. And to think is a piety of thought, is to respect what is calling you, and which requires an emptying of yourself, and you don't know where you're going. You're just moving forward in response to the calling. And for Heidegger, that allows art, and he has a book on art, which originally was not art, but techne, right, as a mode of revealing. So for Heidegger, art does not follow the historicist scientific progressive way. So therefore, to read art history would be a waste of time for Heidegger, because that sort of organizes them along a history, right? So I like your idea of calling and your resistance against the scientific developmental approach, and I think it has resonance with Heidegger, and Heidegger may be more, it may resonate more than Lacan with, in terms of your interpretation of art. You know, in the way that you try to see art as a revealing of something which cannot be placed along what his historicist scientific chain of being kind of thing, which in Deleuzian terms is to set up another transcendence, right? Yeah, so art does not represent, it reveals something of itself, right? Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much.
So you're a Heideggerian, thank you.
Wait a second.
Your contest?
No, the thing is very simple. I am not Heideggerian in the very exact sense that I don't think that unveiling is something that happens in the presentation during or at the end of an artistic practice. What is true in art is not the unveiling, but the veil itself. Now I'm talking about aletheia. All right, aletheia is unveiling, which is truth for Heidegger in that famous text about Van Gogh's shoes, painting about the shoes. I wrote about that one, so I know to what extent I am against Heidegger, and unfortunately it's to great extent. So, so it's not aletheia, it's exactly the opposite. It's the act of veiling itself. The act of veiling that is the true moment. If there is nothing, but the act of veiling. And this act of veiling, Lacanian, yeah, is related to erotic, basically. And erotic is related to an encounter with somebody else. It's about love. What you do in a love encounter is that you are surprised. What you do in an artistic practice, hopefully, and that's, I don't want to sound prescriptive, but hopefully is that this moment that something surprises you. I think it's true about if you have, you know, when you're a kid, you see, or a teenager or young, and you see this piece by, I don't know, but many people, they see Mark Rothko and something happens. Something that is of the same dignity, same quality as love encounter. Amoureuse, you know, rencontre amoureuse. That's what I mean. It's way beyond Heidegger and his German cold, frozen agrarian landscape that he's describing in that famous text that you referred to.
Thank you very much. Do I have time? Yeah. Okay. About aletheia, Heidegger wasn't talking about the veil and the truth, because aletheia is a non-covering. Yeah. So to say that to unveil a truth would be to set up another dualism between the veil and the truth itself. But for Heidegger, this aletheia is a non-covering. So it is not a case where you have a truth behind that covering. It is that something revealing itself of itself. Yeah. So I think you might have more resonances with. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how you're not. You might, and he's not. Yeah, sorry. Please just continue. Yeah, yeah. And he's not that, German as you might take him to be, because he did criticize the National Socialist movement. And
you see, I don't want to put art as kind of a simple opposition to mathematized scientific words of art. So actually, I had this French expression there, which is l'habillage d'objet. L'habillage, it's about dressing up. So you dress up this void. That is artistic practice. And if you read Heidegger's text, he's doing something completely. He's like, he has this, to use the contemporary discourse from North American University, it's more like this kind of male gaze who wants to, dress off the object of his desire. What I'm saying is opposite to that.
There's a lot of dualism in the French language, which is more, I mean, the philosophical dualism in the French language, which is more totalitarian than what Heidegger was trying to say. So, yeah. Okay, anyway, maybe we can carry on.
Okay, thank you for the comment. No, Jason will comment hold your talk, later on. We got some short, the rest, intermission time to drink some coffee, and 10 minutes, So we're gonna actually come back to around what you say? It's 40. Yeah, 45, all right? 15 minutes. Go over there and you can get the coffee and the cookie, all right?
Okay, hello, everybody. Everyone can hear me? Yeah? So, I have been told that I am wrapping up. That's my job here today. I've got to wrap this up. So basically, we've been talking about Heidegger and truth and Lacan and but you're in terms of the truth, you're now looking at the truth, right? Forget all that theory crap. Yeah, this is the truth because I have been chosen to speak the truth. Yeah. So you can't, there's no getting away from this. You can't argue with me. Okay, what I'm about to say is a wrap-up. Point. Yeah, the last word. So, that just leaves the question of what exactly I'm going to say. Well, I don't know. I'm just going to go with the flow here. I wrote some stuff. I was listening very carefully to all of the three presenters. I was listening to Lee-Chun and Tony and Dariush. Different presentations. Each of those speakers was very different in their own way. I'm riffing here, so I'll just sort of start with Dariush, and my first response to Dariush was, and I think he mentioned Kant, Immanuel Kant, yeah. I think we're kind of in, my interpretation of Darish's intervention was essentially we're in a kind of Kantian dilemma, or we're in other words, there are two extremes. We're at kind of we're either one of two extremes of a kind of Kantian dilemma in art today. And I suppose the first extreme, it relates to this question of the void, right? But it's a kind of I call it a Kantian dilemma because it's a way of talking about art and a way of thinking about art where art and the object of art remains in itself as an object of art. It remains completely beyond our grasp, beyond our sensible grasp, right? So that we have an experience with an object, an art object, and we accept that object, for whatever reason, remains beyond our comprehension. It has an impact on us, it has an effect, but the meaning is beyond and will always remain beyond, and that is in some way what art is about. That it has this obscurity built into it, and the art is no. I know it is. I'm saying there are two. Of course it is. Of course it's romanticism. I'm saying that these are the two. I'm talking about two extremes of a Kantian dilemma. So I haven't come to the second one, right? So you've got to let me finish here, right? So this is the one romantic. So I'm completely agreeing with you. This is the one kind of romantic response, popular response. Do you want to come in there if you want? I mean, the truth is now allowing an intervention if you want. So this is one popular impression, and I think it's also present in many critical appraisals of art and what art is. That this romanticism has a very hard kernel. It's very difficult to break down that sense in which art is essentially doing something which will remain completely ineffable and incomprehensible to the spectator. Okay, so I'm not agreeing with that. I'm saying that it exists in the popular imagination as a reality. Okay, so that's one extreme of this kind of Kantian dilemma, and the other extreme, which remains Kantian, in my view, is where you have the critique of art. So we can use art, or we can critique works of art, but then the critique itself in turn becomes an object of critique, and this is what Darish was talking about at the other extreme of this romantic conceptualization or romantic idea of art. We cannot actually critique. We cannot provide we cannot provide a definitive critique of art, because essentially our critique is kind of recuperated, right? Is recuperated within the discourse, within art and contemporary art discourse. So whatever we say, however we use art, however critical art is, ultimately that critique is in some respect, or at some point, that critique itself becomes a parody, right? Itself becomes part of that whole institutionalization of art. So I'm not agreeing with either one of those positions, but I'm just saying that is the dilemma, let's say, of contemporary art as I experience it. And that occurred to me, that impression occurred to me, rightly or wrongly, during Darish's presentation. Now, of course, Darish moves to and has a different Marxist solution, or a different position. Yeah? Am I going too far now? Go ahead. I'll continue, right? So Darish has a slightly different position beyond those, beyond the two Kantian extremes. Where let's say, art is not, Darish doesn't believe that art is incomprehensible or ineffable or removed from us, but that art is a practice, right? The art is a practice. Darish used the term void, but yeah, I mean, he admits, he freely admits that we can use other terms, right? I mean, name calling. Yeah. You use a name, and we accept that the meaning of the thing that is named must, at some point, remain independent of the term which is used to designate it. And we have to do that. We have to do that at many different levels, and this is, art is by no means the sole example of how this naming functions. If we did not accept that, then we could never translate anything. Yeah? I mean, there are now people translating what I'm saying. They are not interpreting what I'm saying, right? They are translating what I'm saying. Now, the people who are translating this may be making some mistakes. That's okay. But we accept that the people translating what I am saying are making accurate translations of my speech. So we must accept that. If we don't, then we have a serious problem here. Then we have to question, what exactly are we talking about? Now, of course, it could be that the people translating what I am saying are in fact deliberately mistranslating what I am saying. Okay? That's quite possible. But that would obviously change the nature of this presentation. I would no longer simply be summing up. Okay? I mean, I would be doing something else, right? But nevertheless, we are in this, whether we like it or not, we are in this situation where we cannot and we can never, in art or in any other practice, assume that the object is or is not ineffable or incomprehensible or whatever. Because when we use the word, and this is why Darish is using the word void, okay? I don't necessarily like the word void, but I think why not? We can use the word void. But we can also use the word struggle. Yeah? That there is a struggle going on in art, and to understand art. I mean, the struggle is there when we see a Rothko painting, for example, and it's a painting on, it has a sort of flat canvas and it's big and has a line and like a triangle or something, and then there's some crazy name at the bottom which is like, I don't know. We were talking about this yesterday actually when we were looking at the exhibition. That you have I'll take another example. So you have a kind of a contemporary Korean painting, which to me it is a kind of impressionist painting, for example, and it's very traditional. This Korean painting, and it's a Korean painting of a tree with some beautiful pink blossom on it, right? But the title of the painting is Cosmic Void or something. The Cosmic Void or something like that. So again, there is obviously there's almost like there is a struggle going on there, right? I mean, there is this kind of cognitive. Can we use the word cognitive dissonance, right, or something like that? I'm probably misusing that term, but there's a kind of dissonance. There's a gap, isn't there, between the name, what it's called, and what it actually is. So I think, in this sense, I think this is important, and I think it comes back also to, Tony's presentation, and also I had this impression when I was listening to Lee Chun, that I don't think we can I think we need to be careful when we use the word concept, right? There is this kind of, this concept is a European concept, and this is there a European concept, or are concepts universal by their very nature, right? I think, okay, yes, if you want to use that vocabulary, that's fine, but let's not confuse things, right? Let's not confuse the object, the art object, right? However ineffable it might be, however removed from our understanding that the object might be, let's not confuse that object with the concepts that we use to describe it with. Let's not confuse the physical level or the causal level, the level of ontology. Ontology is a complicated word that many people use and misuse, right? Let's not confuse the ontology with the epistemology. Let's not confuse what something is, the being of something, with our knowledge of it. Let's accept that there is something like a dialogue or a dialectic going on, yeah, which enables us at the level of our knowledge, and at the level of the construction of our knowledge, which enables us to grasp what the art object means, or to have the impression that we've understood what it means. Yeah, let's try and bridge that gap. So obviously, we're never going to know Asia, whatever you want to, any example you want to use. But let's accept that we can come to know what we, in the words of Mao Zedong, in the famous words of Mao Zedong. Let's assume that we can and we will come to know what we do not know. Yeah? So let's maybe accept that however difficult and ineffable and so on the art object is, that we can arrive at some kind of understanding and knowledge of it. Darish also mentioned a word, scientificity. Yeah? Scientificity. And how the discourse of art is, if I understand him correctly, and the discourse of art is using or is making use of certain scientific, well, if you're an Althusserian, concepts or scientific categories maybe as well. I think that's now maybe I can just say something about my response to this exhibition now, right? I think that's very interesting when you come to a contemporary art exhibition like this one. I am not a fine artist. I don't consider myself an artist. I have been invited here, I imagine, I'm a filmmaker. I also write or have written nothing particularly brilliant, but I have written about art. I have studied philosophy. So I have been asked I'm here because I have been asked to share my insights or observations. So my talking to you today is, despite the fact that I know a little bit about contemporary art, I'm not an expert, but I've been invited here to give my opinion about this exhibition. But my impression of the exhibition, and looking at some of the exhibits, my impression is, when I see these type of exhibits, when I look at these type of exhibits which are using, I hesitate to use the word science, but are using technology in ways which are, it's difficult for me to maybe look at these exhibits and distinguish them from something I might see in a science park, for example. So and I had this quite a strong impression, I don't know why, maybe it was one particular exhibit that I saw where you have the mechanical, like the robot is, I didn't explore that particularly well, right, but you have this robot which is, I mean, we talk about binary data, right? So the robot someone has programmed the robot to make Chinese characters. I mean, it's just binary data, right? The robot's given is given a program and interprets the program and generates these Chinese characters on a glass plate. It's very interesting. But I suppose the question, and this is just a very naive question, is when we have what is essentially a kind of science park, yeah, installation, like something that you could see at a kind of science and technology park. It's very nice. But my question, and it's not a rhetorical question, I'm asking this in a completely serious way, I'm not being facetious. Why does the artist, what does that mean for the artist? I mean, how should the artist respond to that, what is essentially a very kind of, I mean, the artist is involved in this, right? But the artist is involved in what is essentially a very technocratic, maybe even at the level of his or her own practice, right? Maybe even at the level of his or her own struggle to be an artist, right? It becomes a very technocratic process. But what does that mean for the artist as an artist? So that was just, that's my impression of this exhibition and the exhibits, which I haven't fully explored them all. I'm going to go in a moment and hopefully have a look around a little bit more. But that's my kind of overriding impression of this exhibition, actually. Now, again, this is in no way, I'm not making any kind of value judgment about art at all. I'm not making any kind of value judgment about the works of art. I'm simply giving my impression about art, the artist. I mean, art is a name, right? And there's a struggle to define art. That's part of what art is. It's the struggle to define what you're doing. What is it, actually? That might not be your question, but nevertheless, the question is part of the institution of art and the arts. What is it? What are its boundaries? So that's got, but anyway, I'm turning in circles here with this. But I mean, so that's my first impression, and maybe, I mean, how much longer do you want me to talk for? I don't really know what 5 minutes? Yeah. Don't really know where I'm going with this. But, so that's one question. The other question, okay, so this scientificity, I'm not really talking about scientificity, am I? I'm talking about technology, right? Technology of the arts. I mean, God, let's not exaggerate here, scientificity. It's not, I started off going in that direction and now I'm changing technology. Okay, fair enough. But anyway, we could talk about science, but we'll maybe do that later over a drink. But to the other question, and again, this is a question which is, you know, I'm going to try and respond again to this Kantian romanticism, right? But the other question would simply be more of a kind of political response to what is contemporary art. And that is, that is simply this. Forget about the art object. I couldn't care less about the art object and who is, you know, what is the art object, and, you know, we have loads of art objects everywhere here, right? The second question, the more political question is, what are the minimum criteria for art, for staging art? So forget about what we're doing and forget about the object that artists are trying and struggling to produce. Where do we do art? How do we stage art? What is a legitimate space for art? Where does the art space end and the public space begin? Okay, now this is, I don't want to talk about this too much because this is going to form, or was going to form, part of my presentation for tomorrow. I was going to talk about this. Where do we draw the boundaries between, you know, art and public space, if you like? Because art, like it or not, art is a private thing, right? Art is a practice which involves free individuals practicing their art, right? It's a kind of freedom of expression. But of course, I mean, Darius gave us today a very good provocation, which was precisely asking this question, or posing this question: where is the stage here? Where is the stage? I mean, where are we? I mean, Darius got off the stage, right? Darius decided that the stage was inappropriate for this particular work of art. I don't know what Darius was doing. He was intervening, I guess, right? But so that's the other question, I think, which is very interesting. And I think it's a very interesting question for Korea as well, for artists in Korea. Where does the stage end and where does, you know, real life begin? We had yesterday we were involved in a performance work of art. A Korean artist, State Revolution and Daughter. That's the name, right? State Revolution and Daughter, the Korean performance artist. And he was also kind of posing that question of the staging of art. I mean, you could say, I suppose, that he was staging something, and then we were asking the question, actually, when is the art going to begin? He did a very good idea of staging. But I mean, that is also part of the work of art. Staging the performance is part of art. Deciding what are the conditions for a work of art is in itself, or can be itself, a work of art. So that's basically that's just to wrap up my wrap up. That's where I'm at. That's a few just completely random, if you like, although probably not so random, a few random thoughts. But at this point, I won't be taking any questions because that's the truth. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Does anyone want to ask any comments? Go ahead. That's
All right. Okay. Good. Thank you for the talk. You know, a little bit general comment on what you're talking about. Response to the Darius, your provocation. What sort of a provocation anyway? So you provoke something, you know. So I think a little bit. This is a little bit actually about some distinction between science and art, you know. And then Jason a little bit raised this very interesting issue related to the kind of, you know, the relation between technology and art. It's not typically actual science. Science is, I think, the kind of a condition of modernity, something we cannot reject. Just like a plasticity, something, you know, and Catherine Malav's, you know, terminology. So that means we cannot go back before the sort of, you know, actually the plasticity. It means staging in a performance something. Then the performance always happens in the condition, on the condition of the kind of what I mean, actually plasticity or some modernity or some scientific, you know, presupposition against, you know, the kind of natural, you know, state. All right, so I think that we could actually discuss, you know, more about this one tomorrow. We would have in a round table. So I think the program, you know, introduce some, I think wrongly, you know, what we're gonna do tomorrow, because what we actually prepare for tomorrow is a round table. That means synthesizing what we talk today. Tomorrow, we will begin 1 p.m. It's not 2 p.m. It's 1 p.m. So actually, timetable must be revised. So anyway, just we continue to discuss this one, but I think we would actually give some opportunity to question any to the, you know, what actually Jason did, you know, now. Any question or any response?
저는 한국말로 할게요. I'll speak in Korean. 예술과 테크놀로지 문제에 대해서 한 가지 제 생각을 이야기 드리고 싶은데요. 테크놀로지가 디지털 테크놀로지 시대가 와서 미디어 아티스트만이 테크놀로지를 가장 커팅 엣지 테크놀로지를 쓰고 싶다거나 아니면 제일 최근에 신기술 로봇 8처럼 그런 것들을 쓰고 싶어졌다고 생각하지 않습니다. 저는. 그래서 어떻게 보면은 물감이 발명된 것도 거기에도 사이언스가 들어가 있는 거고요. 그리고 조각이 서 있는 것도 거기에도 사이언스, 피직스가 들어가 있는 거고요. 그리고 사진의 발명, 지금 이번 전시회는 사실 3D 프린팅을 굉장히 많이 썼어요. 요즘에 가장 작가들이 관심을 있어 하는 것들이니까요. 그래서 제가 생각할 때는 예술가라는 것은 그 동시대를 살아가면서 동시대에서 제일 새로운 것들, 아니면 새로운 흐름, 아니면 미래를 조망을 할 수 있는 존재일 수도 있다면 그것들의 방편으로서의 어떤 그 당시에 있는 기술들, 과학들을 쓰지 그리고 그걸 예술적으로 구현을 하는 이들이라고 생각을 하고요. 그리고 그것들이 그 최근의 경향만은 아니라고 생각을 합니다. 그리고 그 스테이지 문제는 내일 다시 많은 이야기들을 같이 좀 나눴으면 좋겠어요. 저희 전시 지금 보시다시피 무대가 있고 지금 퍼포머들이 있고, 그래서 이 퍼포머들이 있는 곳이 무대인지 아니면 저희 관객이 무대인지 아니면 지금 있는 단상이 무대인지 굉장히 복잡한 무대들이 여러 개가 있고, 그리고 이 파놉티콘의 이 구조들 안에 들어가 있는 것들이 무대인지 다양한 그 예술의 경계들을 질문하는 전시이기도 하니까요. 그 부분에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 저도 좀 궁금하고 이야기들을 내일 좀 더 깊이 나눴으면 합니다. You got it?
How should I respond? Should I? Okay. Yeah. Look, thank you. So just 2 points. I don't necessarily disagree with you. Technology, sure. I agree with you. Artists are interested in technology. The one, and they want to be cutting edge, and being cutting edge obviously involves technology. It's not really a choice, is it really? If an artist if you want to define technology in those very kind of flexible terms, then yeah, the artist needs technology like we all need technology. But the one thing I would kind of object to is not quite sure what scientific technology would mean. Just because of my own education and my own kind of philosophical education, I always science is, Alain Badiou, of course, is always insisting on this, right? And science is mathematics and physics, and everything else isn't science. Everything else is an art, basically. Or maybe not an art, but everything else is, everything that's not science, that's not strictly science, is a technology, right? That's the first point. And the second point would be, where is the stage? Sure. I'll talk about this tomorrow, or try and talk about it. I haven't really decided exactly what I'm going to do tomorrow, but I had intended to talk about this question. It's a very interesting one, isn't it? My impression of Korean, and I'm going to talk now about my experience of Korean art discourse, right? So, my experience of Korean contemporary art discourse, I've been to a lot of art galleries, in most of them in Seoul. In fact, all of the major ones in Seoul, and probably most of the other smaller galleries in Seoul, is that the curators, when you read those catalogues, they love to talk about this idea. It's a very fashionable thing to talk about. In other words, to talk about the idea that, we're in a post-museum culture today. Yeah? Art is revolutionary. It's revolutionising the social space, and you know, it's pushing back the frontiers of the museum into society. Yeah, breaking down the barriers, getting away from this, you know, getting away from modernist art, because modernist art is so elitist, isn't it? And we don't want that. You know, we want art which is accessible and popular, and you know, it's not putting a barrier between us and the artist, and between us and the work of art. And it's great. It's revolutionary. I'm not sure I believe all that. I think it's a lot of bullshit. Actually, if you wanted my opinion, I think there is a debate to be had about the staging of art, but you can't reduce it to those kind of very crude terms. You know, let's create a space where people can network, because those are the terms in which that debate is posed in Korea. It doesn't go any further than that. It's not even a question of art. Yeah, it's a question of let's create a space where we can network. Let's turn art. In fact, let's make the whole world a museum. Yeah, and that's what curators say. And I think it's very small-minded. That's my opinion of it. That's my opinion of it.
Can I just say, yeah, don't you think that this...
I can't hear up here, I'm going to come here, right?
Oh, look. Oh, come on. That's...
No, I'll just...
That reminds me of someone else. Anyway, so... Listen, don't you think that there is... I'll use a...
2 minutes.
Yeah,
please.
sure.
You should finish.
Isn't it? There is a, I don't know, I just changed perspective, just in order to provoke. From a strictly Nietzschean perspective, Nietzsche, don't you see a beauty in this unreserved affirmation of what it is, as the future?
No, I'm an artisan. Everything is over the top. And I've been talking about...
Yeah, I'm an Althusserian, which means I don't see any kind of literal truth anywhere in the world. Yeah? I agree with you that art is not an unveiling, that art is finding the veil, right? To do art is all about finding where is the veil. But I don't know. I mean, in that sense, I don't take, I don't take this joyous affirmation in art, for example, or anything really.
My comment was just, it was related to what you said about what you have experienced.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Oh, okay. Forget Althussier. Right?
Yes. That was.
Yeah. No, I like it. I mean, what can I say? I love it actually. Great. Yeah. But I would probably need 2 days or something for this. Yeah. That's another question, isn't it, about staging? I don't know. I don't know what other people's experiences are of this event. But they come and they have the kids and they're running around. It's great. They can do that. Personally, I would need 2 whole days. Just for this, not for the entire Gwangju Centre, right? I would need 2 days just for this, I guess. Just go calm. I like to do things slowly. But there is so much of it. There is so much here. So yeah, I'm with you. I do like the affirmation and so on, and I do take pleasure in art. But I would need, and I just wonder how much, yeah. But again, people can come and they don't have to see all of it, do they? They can see a bit of it, and thank you for the questions.
All right. Actually, yeah, we got a lot of things to talk about. For tomorrow, we're gonna continue actually this talk and more, profound subject. Thank you for coming and welcome tomorrow. Okay, thank you. And we're gonna get the concert in after this one. So actually have some break and then come back. Alright, thanks.
저희 그럼 콘서트는 6시에 시작을 하고요. 5시 반부터 we'll have a sound check starting from 5:30 till 6 o'clock and the concert starts at 6. And there's snacks and coffees in front of the library. Please enjoy them. 네, 그리고 5시 반에는 저희 이제 조금 있다가 이병찬 네, 안녕하세요. 지금부터 인벤티드 아시아, 발명된 아시아 콘서트 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 박병호 선생님 무대로 모시고 오늘 연주해 주도록 하겠습니다. So we'll start the concert Invented Asia now. So I'll introduce Byung-ho Park, who's the performer tonight on the stage.
요금번호를 내주십시오. 음악을 수입하십시오.
Please.
EXA. 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 EXA.
대금 소리가 들려.